Mr. Vacalis, do you want us to wait on the mayor report, or do you have anything?
I do not have anything, but as you know, he will be a little bit late, and he said he may have a couple announcements to make.
Very good. We'll look for him when he comes then. The only thing I have to report is there are 2 work sessions scheduled now on December 9th, Friday. One at noon, which is an update on the ML&P projects, and at 12:30 on the Occupy Anchorage status update. So with that, the other announcement I had.
I'll be happy to read that. I can't write fast enough to give it to you. So I'd be happy to read the description if you need that.
All right. I have been requested by the assembly people from East Anchorage to announce
West Anchorage.
I'm sorry. I do know where you live, Ms. Drummond.
I know you do.
All right, thank you. There are 2 items regarding luck rolls and levy assessments that are coming up. It's AR 322 and 323. They are not for public hearing tonight. They are set for public hearing at our next meeting. But the intent of the assembly people from that area is to request that the public hearing go ahead and open next week, but the vote will not occur until January. The public hearings will be continued. Is that correct, Ms. Drummond?
That's correct, Madam Chair. This is the Turnagain Heights Water Improvement District 1416. That's the AR presented by AWWU. That's number 322, and the 323 is the Special Assessment District IP03, Marston and 4 Acre Drive. This is the Turnagain slide area that has been dealt with for the past, 8 years or so, and that is coming home to roost, and we have a lot of property owners that are questioning the assessments and are requesting additional time to look at it.
Okay.
We're not being asked to not do this or any of that. They're all well aware of the process that's been in place, but since it's taken 6 or 8 or 10 years to come before us, I figure a few weeks to allow the property owners to come to grips with it is fair, and I appreciate that very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. The other announcement is the fireworks issues will be discussed at our next meeting, not tonight. All right. With that, committee reports. Mr. Birch, you want to start on that?
Sure. We met, the Enterprise Committee met. I think Ms. Johnston will maybe give a little more information on that, but we met with Municipal Light and Power last week. We also, this morning, I was privileged to participate in the ribbon cutting with the mayor of the new South Anchorage water storage facility on time, under budget, and a really nice project down there that actually completes the Eklutna water system. And like I say, it's nice to see a project like that come to completion. It's actually a concrete tank, so it's a new one, and it will have some real long life properties and some lowered maintenance. Met with I serve as an assembly liaison to the board with the Anchorage Community Development Authority, and we had a presentation on a potential new parking system that they're looking at, which was actually pretty interesting. It was a touchpad, and it had a lot of unique attributes by an international company that was interested in providing that service to the community. Then the Chamber of Commerce met last week as well, every 2 weeks or so, and had a great briefing, and I was able to participate in a tour of the Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson with a Chamber of Commerce group, and it was actually fascinating, and that transition to a joint base operations has worked very, very well, and we have a tremendous amount to be proud of with our military men and women and our veterans with the facilities and resources that are out there. We toured the hospital facility, and it's just remarkable, and tremendous amount of capability there. And that would conclude my report, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just AMATS will convene again next on the 15th. That's all.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, the Enterprise Committee will be meeting on Thursday at 11:30 to discuss the solid waste tipping fee increase. Thank you.
And you've also requested that we defer that tipping
Yes,
fee.
the tipping fee increase was on tonight's agenda, and I would hope that we could continue the hearing until December 13th. Thank you.
Thank
Can
you.
we schedule it in the middle of the fireworks ordinances? Would that be?
We might need it, Mr. Flynn.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Wait, Ms. Trombley? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Drummond, do you want to talk?
Quite right.
on
I
that?
missed the date of the Enterprise Committee meeting.
It's this Thursday at,
At 11:30, and it's at the Assembly Meeting Hall downstairs.
Great. Thank you very much.
all right. Mr. Trombley?
No report.
Mr. Starr?
Yeah, last Wednesday, the Budget and Finance Committee members met and just sort of briefly packaged the amendments that you have in front of you tonight without much debate or fanfare. It was a fairly quick meeting. I do appreciate all the members sort of clearly communicating their intentions on modifying the budget and the actions thereof. So we've got a sort of an assembled packet that came out of the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, numbered amendments, and we'll deal with them associately. Just food for thought, the BAC meets tomorrow, and I'm going to address them. We're going to have a discussion about the work plan to review the school district budget. So we'll go from one budget process to the next, and that's tomorrow at City Hall. Thank you.
Mr. Hall?
No report.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Honeman?
Public Safety Committee meeting meets tomorrow at noon at City Hall, and we will be addressing, or I think last time before the, goes before the Assembly next week for the fireworks, as well as a possible draft for Let 'em Work, Let 'em Play, a little discussion on the previously requested possible amendment to the code to allow 18 to 20-year-olds musicians to play in alcohol establishments. And, of course, that would likely need a change in state statutes as well in order to facilitate that in the municipality. Also, Madam Chair, if I might, I attended on as Military and Veterans Liaison for the Assembly to the deployment ceremony at the Sullivan Arena last week for the Stryker Brigade, that are ready, and some, in fact, already have left for Afghanistan. And so a very good ceremony, and a very hoping everyone stays safe. And in fact, I ordered that. Stay safe and everybody come home.
Yeah, our Spartans are getting ready to go. I also wanted to ask you on the towing ordinance, the status on that?
We will have a brief discussion on that, but Ms. Tucker and I need to do the last bit of that so we can have that for our Title IX update for that, yes.
Okay. Mr. Trainee?
Nothing, ma'am.
Ms. Drummond?
Nothing to report, sorry.
All right. The addendum and the late on the table items are before us.
Move to approve.
Incorporate. And that was moved by Ms. Johnston and seconded, I think, by Mr. Trombley, though I heard Mr. Flynn. So, all right. With that, is there any objection to incorporating those into the agenda? Seeing no objection, they are incorporated, and I will read them into the record. There's a new resolution for action 9A1 AR334. It's a resolution recognizing and thanking, I hope it's Chafu Cheng, for his service to the municipality in support of the new and free prescription drug program. In the D section of our agenda, new business, there's Delta 12 AM 720. It's change order number 2 to purchase order number 20110784 with Alta Geosciences Incorporated for environmental consultant work for the Municipality Parks and Rec Department, $90,000. 9013 is AM 721, change order number 1 to vendor contract number 29, CLK 087, with Macunda Cottrell Incorporated to perform an independent financial audit, federal single audit, and state single audit for $485,788. For introduction, 9F8, this is AO 126, an ordinance procedurally for repeal for good cause retroactively to November 22nd, 2011, AO 112, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 8 to add new offenses for sitting or lying down on sidewalks in the downtown improvement district and pedestrian interference, and amending section 8.75.170 regarding prohibited panhandling, and amending the fine section of section 14.60.03 accordingly. Public hearing 117, accompanied by AM 718. New public hearings 14A, there is an S version of 119, which is the school bonds. It's an ordinance amending for the submission of qualified voters the question of the issuance of not to exceed $59,077,000 of general obligation bonds to pay for cost of educational capital improvements, career and technical educational upgrades, design projects, and district-wide building life extension projects at the election to be held in the municipality on April 3rd, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 689. This is the A version of that. Also to announce, there are S versions of the budget items 11E, 11F, 11G, and 11H. You should have those at your place. Then on the consent agenda, 9B6, there is a new laid-on-the-table resolution, 346, supporting a robust leasing program by the Federal Bureau of Ocean Energy Management for the Alaska Outer Continental Shelf, accompanied by AM 734. That'll be 9B6 on the agenda. 9B7 on the agenda will be AR 348. There's a resolution supporting expeditious Bureau of Ocean Energy Management review and approval to allow timely exploration of the Alaska Outer Continental Shelf in the summer of 2012 under Shell's revised 2011 exploration plan, Chukchi Sea, accompanied by AM 735. Under new business, there is an A version of AM 721. This is Delta 13A. This is change order number 1 to vendor contract number 29CLKO87 with McKinney Cottrell Incorporated and Company, to perform an independent financial audit, federal single audit, and state single audit for $485,788. Also, on new item 15 on our agenda, special orders, there is a notice of intent to move for rescission of assembly action laid on by Assembly Member Trainee. So with that, the amended consent agenda is before us. That was moved by Ms. Johnston and seconded by Mr. Hall. I'll now go down and see what people would like to discuss. Ms. Drummond?
Madam Chair, I'd appreciate a few minutes to read what has been laid on the table. This is a significant amount of material.
I'll come back to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Trainee?
Item F8, ma'am.
F8?
2011-126.
Got it. Anything else, Mr. Trainee?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Honeman?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 9 Apple 1,
9A1.
9 Frank, I'm sorry, not 9 Frank, 9 Delta 13A on the laid on the table items.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Hall?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hall, were you going to do 9 Delta 13? Oh, you just pulled it. I'm sorry. You are right. Mr. Starr?
9D9.
9D9. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Starr?
That's all.
Mr. Trombley?
No items.
Ms. Johnston?
No items.
Mr. Flynn? Mr. Birch?
No items.
Ms. Drummond, have you had time to get a sense of what you'd like to pull?
Yeah, I'd like to pull 9B6 and 9B7 from the laid on the table items with a question for the submitter.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Drummond?
I think that's it.
All right, I'll go over those real quickly. Hope I've got them all. On the regular agenda, 9 Delta 9. On the addendum, 9 Alpha 1, Delta 13, F8, and on the laid on the table, V6 and 7. Okay? With that, let's please vote on the remainder of the consent agenda. And that Passes unanimously. Very good. Mr. Kalis, I think we might have some appointments in there, don't we?
We do, ma'am.
If you have just been appointed to a board or commission, we would very much like to meet you, and we ask if you could please come forward so that we can. You could tell us your name and what board or commission you are going to be serving on. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Len Story. I'm on the plating board. This will be my second term.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
I'm Danya Clemens, and obviously I'm on the Senior Citizens Advisory.
No, that's not obvious. Thank you.
My name's Joan Fisher, and I'm also on the Senior Citizens Advisory Commission.
Thank you for your service.
Good evening, and I'm Pat Redmond, and I'm on the Salary and Emoluments Commission.
Hey, Pat.
Again.
Thank you.
My name is Connie Yoshimura, and I'm on the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you for your service. Is there anyone else? We want to really express a sincere thank you for those of you that are volunteering your time. Sometimes it can be an extraordinary demand of time, and we greatly appreciate it. All right. The first item before us, I'm sorry. Oh, Ms. Trainee.
Madam Chair, did you see that Dan Kendall was appointed to Salary and Emoluments Board, too?
I did see that.
I wanted to get him back in the chamber, so that's what they had to do, I think, is appoint him to Board of Commissioners so we get him back here.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Gray Jackson, do you want to do A1?
Move to approve.
Second.
This is a resolution recognizing and thanking Chong Cheng for his service to the municipality for his support of the new and free prescription discount drug program. Is there any objection to approval? Seeing none, that's approved unanimously. Go ahead, Ms. Gray Jackson. Sir, would you come to the microphone so we can...
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and thanking Chufo.
Thank you.
Is it Chufo? I want to pronounce it right. Chufo Chain for his service to the municipality of Anchorage in support of the new and free prescription discount card program. Whereas Chufo Chain is a senior at Eagle River High School and after graduation plans to attend the University of Alaska Anchorage. And whereas having left Detroit, Michigan in 2004, Chufo Chain and his family are now active members of the Hmong Alaska community, an organization with the mission to provide Hmong people of Alaska a coordinated, responsible voice for community action, family support, and to unite and affiliate all Hmong people living in the state of Alaska. And whereas Chufo Chain has completed the Senior Government Participation Semester project with these elements: participation in a variety of activities in support of any organization that shows government in action, writing a paper summarizing each activity, assessing the value to the community and country of the activity, critiquing the effectiveness of the activity in performing the purposes of a democratic government, making recommendations for improving the effectiveness of the activity. And whereas Chufo Chain learned the municipality of Anchorage, in collaboration with the National League of Cities, offered a new free prescription discount card program to help area residents with the high cost of prescription medications not covered by insurance. And whereas for his school project, Chufo Chain volunteered to assist the municipality with awareness and distribution of the free prescription discount cards. And whereas, inspired by his mother, Young Chain, a neonatal intensive care unit nurse at Providence Hospital, additional locations for discount card distribution were identified, and delivery of the cards was made to over a dozen Anchorage locations. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognizes and thanks Chufo Chain for his service and contribution to launching the new prescription discount card program.
Well, my name is Chufo Cheng, and I'm glad to help out with the community, and that's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, moving on, the next item before us is 9B6. This is a resolution of the Assembly supporting a robust leasing program by the Federal Bureau of Ocean Energy Management for the Alaska Outer Continental Shelf. Need a motion? I'm sorry, Mr. Trini?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I was trying to be in two places at once.
Okay.
My question on these is...
could I get a motion?
Oh.
Thank you. All right. That is before us, and I've got Ms. Gray Jackson and Mr. Trombley being the...
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm just curious as to the, what's the rush that this had to be laid on the table tonight? Both of these items, B6 and B7.
Mr. Trombley, would you like to respond?
Well, on Bravo 7, if you read on the memorandum, it says that there is a public comment closes December 7th. So that's the rush. And I figured, well, if we're getting it done, might as well get it all done right now. Why wait?
Anything else, Ms. Drummond?
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
I just, with the permission of the sponsor, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, signatory.
Be happy to. Thank you.
All right. Is there any further discussion on this matter? Seeing none, please vote. That passes unanimously. We're now at 9B7. This is AR 348. It's a resolution supporting expeditious Bureau of Ocean Energy Management review and approval to allow timely exploration of the Alaska Outer Continental Shelf in the summer of 2012 under Shell's revised 2011 exploration plan. Chuck Chesey. Need a motion?
Move to approve.
All right. Is there any discussion? Mr. Birch?
Yes, I would, as before, I would also appreciate the opportunity to be listed as a co-sponsor on this. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, please vote. That item also passes unanimously. The next item before us appears to be 9 Delta 9. This is AM 713, change order number 6, purchase order 260840 to provide life and disability insurance with Standard Insurance Company for the Municipality Employee Relations Department, $1,086,000.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. Mr. Starr?
My question to ER is the timing is the 6-month contract, and typically we've gone 1 year on these, and I see you're sort of in discussion. Could you just assure us that you're going to have that contract back to us for the remainder of the year, or how do you plan to handle that?
Yes. The contract went out for RFP, and we're in the process of negotiating the new contract with the service provider, which is why it's a 6-month extension with the current service provider until a contract can be finalized with the new service provider. So a 7/1 date would allow enough time to ensure a smooth transition.
So do you anticipate then a contract being let for 6 months, or how do you plan to handle the split year now?
It would be a 6-month contract, and then it would open up again with a January. Essentially what it will be for employees is a open enrollment effective in July, and then we'll run the normal course effective January.
So when will you have to advertise the open enrollment for some of our requirements on personnel rules?
At least 30 days. We're going to target 60 days.
Do we give away some of our competitive edge because we're only going for a 6-month period as opposed to a 2-year?
It's still
Excuse me, a 1 year, I should say.
It's still going to be a contract that we're going to look to extend on a year-to-year basis. The pricing, as we see it now, is going to be still very competitive.
Well, because I asked, those are fees and services that we take out of the employees' paychecks for that. Is that correct?
That is correct. For life insurance and disability, it's sort of a hybrid. They're both employee and employer paid benefits.
So if they see an increase just because it's a 6-month time frame, that you don't anticipate that?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. I urge approval.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
That's who the contact is, ODI.
Did you, Ms. Drummond, did you want to be reflected as a vote on this one? Did you want to vote on this, or should we just pass? I know, you don't have to. Were you?
Yes.
You were a yes? All right, then it's unanimous. Thank you. The next item before us would be 9 Delta 13, AM 721, change order number 1 to vendor contract number 29 CL KO87 with Mukunda Cottrell Incorporated to perform an independent financial audit, federal single audit, and state single audit for $485,788.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve on the laid on table AM 721 2011A. Thank you. I pulled that only because I just wanted to remind folks, in case you didn't know, it's a lot of money, but it's an independent audit of our financial statements, the city's financial statements that's required by our charter, and the Assembly is responsible for making this happen, and that's why the majority of the money is in the Assembly's budget, but also because the Port and AWW and Municipal Light and Power have separate audits. They're responsible for paying part of this audit, too. And I just wanted to put my colleagues on notice. Somewhere along the line, we are going to have to increase our budget to cover the audit cost for each year because it increases each year. And we just have to make sure we have enough money in our budget to cover this, and not money through savings, but money through an appropriation, because it is one of the most expensive line items in our budget, but it's the audit of the financial statements for the entire city, not the Assembly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Gray Jackson. That is a concern. Thank you. Mr. Starr, you want to comment?
Ms. Gray Jackson, as long as we're talking about it, do you anticipate the ACDA coming under increased audit responsibilities now that they've taken on increased duties?
Could you elaborate on the question, Mr. Starr? I'm not quite sure I understand what your question is.
We have additional parking authorities and some of that. Is that what happened with that entity?
I believe that ACDA has a separate, I don't believe, they do have a separate financial audit. It's separate from this audit.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it is.
I've never seen an audit of that department.
And if I'm incorrect, Mr.
Mr. Pollock, does your entity get audited?
Yes, we do. Separate, correct?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And my last point of clarity is there's no more CSA. It's referenced in the document, but cooperative service agencies no longer gone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. That item is approved unanimously. The next item before us is on the F section of our agenda, 9F8, AO126, procedural repeal for good cause retroactive on AO112. Mr. Trainee?
I'm just going to pass on this one. So I'm not going to introduce it. There's no need to.
All right, so basically you want to pull it so it's not introduced?
Yeah, we're not going to introduce it. There's another way to get around it.
Okay,
That's what item 15A is about, so.
Okay.
15A.
All right, so Mr. Trainee has pulled this and stated his intent that it not be introduced. So moving on, saying I see no one else in queue. The next item, let's see, does that appears to finish the consent agenda. Excellent, very good. All right. Then we will start the budget. No, 11A is the next item. This is AM 666. This is Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Board of Director appointments of Jordan Jacobson, David Richards, Timothy Sullivan, Andrew Ecker, and Daniel Sarieko. And that item was postponed, and there is no motion pending.
Move to approve. Second.
That item is before us. Is there discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Those appointments are approved unanimously. The next item before us is 11B, AM 667, the Planning and Zoning Commission appointment of Connie Yoshimura.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, please vote. And that item is approved unanimously. The next item before us is 11C. This is AM 668. It's a plating board appointment of Lyndall Story. Mr. Starr, you've moved it,
Second.
and Mr. Honeman has seconded. Seeing no one in queue to discuss it, please vote. That appointment was approved unanimously. I know we've already congratulated and thanked Ms. Yoshimura, but if any of these other folks here would like to come down and introduce themselves for the AWU Board of Directors appointment or the Plating Board appointment. Well, there's a few familiar faces.
Just a couple. Yeah, I'm Tim Sullivan. I'm on the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility, and thank you for the reappointment.
Thank you.
Andrew Eaker with AWW. Thank you.
Thank you.
Danny Sirico with AWW. Thank you.
David Richards, AWW. It's a pleasure working with both the AWU folks and you guys, so it's nice to see you again.
Thank you. We do have a question from Mr. Honeman.
It's just more of a comment recognizing at least three of those four individuals and thank them for their service to both the community and then the AWU board as well. Mr. Sirico, constituent. Mr. Richards, worked with him, longtime employee of the municipality. And, of course, Mr. Tim Sullivan. So
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We do thank you very much. All right. Moving on, we are now down to 11D on our agenda. This is an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2012 general government operating budget, and it's accompanied by AM 554. And we have had 3 public hearings on this matter, but there is no motion pending at the moment.
Move to approve.
All right, we are now dealing with 2012 operating budget. Mr. Flynn?
If you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'll just jump into amendments.
That would be fine, sir.
I'll move amendment number 1.
And
Second.
Just give a second so everybody has their packet here.
Yep.
Or maybe I'm the only one that doesn't.
And
Okay.
I'll just really briefly introduce this one, Madam Chair. This first one would add $150 or $150,000 to the Public Works Department so they could operate the ice-free sidewalks on E&F streets. Figure since we're going to cite people for laying on sidewalks, may as well make it as commodious as possible. But also, more importantly, this would connect the network between the Denina Center, which is currently operating an ice-free sidewalk system, the Pachillo Parking Garage, which is also operating their ice-free sidewalk system, and the Egan Center, which doesn't have it because we have them turned off right now.
All right. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Ms. Johnston?
And this is what Public Works gave you for a cost for a year?
That is correct. Mr. Ron Thompson can probably affirm it. He's nodding. Yeah, there we are.
And what are we currently paying right now to clear it without heating it? Do you have an idea?
Mr. McHale, could you direct somebody to come to the mic for that?
Actually, right now the Downtown Partnership cleans it.
Thank you.
All right. Please vote on amendment number 1. And that amendment fails 5-6. Do you have any more, Mr. Flynn?
Sure do. I'll move amendment number 2, please.
Could you state for the record what it is? Or
I will as soon as I get a second.
Oh, okay.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the Parks and Recreation amendment, which would restore or reverse the proposed change of full-time staff to seasonal staff to support Parks and Recs programs. I know a lot of us received a lot of emails from people concerned about this, but the one actually that was most interesting to me was from a friend of mine, actually, who teaches at-risk youth in a program in the downtown area, and he cited the assistance that these folks gave in getting these kids engaged with outdoor activities and helping them stay on track. It's the sort of thing that a seasonal person probably just wouldn't handle as effectively as somebody who's been around and has that historical knowledge. And as, I think you know, in my career, I've had the good fortune of hiring a lot of people, some full-time, some seasonal, and for certain things you just need people around a little bit more than, a few months of the year. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate consideration.
Is there any further discussion on that? Ms. Johnston?
Mr. Rada?
Could you?
The full-time people that are currently doing this position, are they still going to be with Parks and Rec?
I'm sorry.
The folks that currently are in these positions, are they still going to be employees of Parks and Rec?
Each of the employees is affected differently. In the case of one individual, due to the union bargaining agreement, they have bumping rights. The other individuals would not have the same tenure. Those positions would be lost, but they would have the opportunity to apply for the seasonal positions that are being created out of this reduction.
Okay. So it's currently, I know one woman who's been doing this for a long time. So she
has the right under the bargaining agreement to bump into another position for somebody less senior. It's the same process that we've had to use the last 2 years to achieve budget reductions.
So she still might be available as somebody that could be used as a mentor for the seasonal?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Mr. Rada, we talked at some of the work sessions about the requirement to look at the way we apply the fund balance surpluses to perhaps an adjustment relating to your vacancy factor discussions and the new policy therein. You kind of know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
If we do this, do we have to revisit your budget come first quarter for that vacancy challenge?
No, my understanding is in discussions with Ms. Frasca, we'll be handling the vacancy factor adjustment after first quarter in total.
In total?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Will this switch? Some of it was exasperated, if that's the right word, because we went to this part-time application of that, and if this one gets happening, we won't necessarily do that.
This will not be a significant element of that total vacancy factor adjustment.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Is that everybody? 1, 2, 3. And that one passes 6-5. Okay. Are we doing Amendment 3 now? Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment number 3.
Second.
Could you state what it is, ma'am?
I'm about to.
Okay.
This amendment would reinstate and make whole 2 parks caretaker operator positions, because right now these are long-time employees, and they're getting an $8 an hour pay cut. And some of you might say, well, at least they still have a job. Well, you know what? Frankly, our employees are living a culture of chaos, because every single year when we go through this budget process, they look at each other and go, well, who's the next on the chopping block? And $8 an hour is quite a bit, especially when you put in your time for the people who live in this community. And I think it's only fair that we maintain these 2 long-term positions. The $43,880 reinstates the $8 an hour per employee, and it also includes benefits. And my source of fundings that I use is the Parks and Recreation Service Area Fund Balance. And the reason why I use that source of funding is because every year we have a surplus. So instead of waiting to the end of the year to look at our surplus, let's save these 2 jobs for these 2 employees who one of them was before us twice, basically begging for his job, and it was really, really sad to see. And another one I saw was nearly grown man, nearly in tears, and I felt his pain. I truly did, and I hope that my colleagues do the right thing and reinstate these two positions. The cost is minimal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Birch?
Well, the cost does come out of our property taxes, and I think we had a great work session on this on the Parks and Rec program. We talked about the conversion and the cost savings to be gained by taking what are arguably seasonal positions in any case and can be funded and operated in a seasonal capacity and moving forward in that manner. And I think the cost savings that are realized are significant, and I'll be a no vote on this. I think it just brings to mind looking at these additions is we've really painted ourselves into a corner with a number of these labor agreements and the high costs involved. So if you look at the aggregate cost, it's not necessarily these positions, but collectively you look at the more expensive components of our operating budget, and that's where these costs come out of. But I will be a no vote on this. I think the Parks and Rec has made a good case for the fact that they can operate effectively and provide the level of service expected by making this conversion. Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Well, I echo the authority and responsibility of department heads. I think this is an illustration of where they were asked to step up to the task and illustrate where they may find savings. And I think the clarity, and I don't want to debate the mover of the motion, but I don't think he's actually losing his job. He's being reclassified. And so, well, I think your reference says he begged to keep his job. He's not being terminated. He's being reclassified to discount the fact that a CDL is required. That was a gentleman that visited us twice. So, again, I hate to dip that far into the weeds as well, because we appropriate it at the department level, and that leaves the policy decisions on funding to us, but the executive decisions on how they run their department to the executive branch. And that's another reason for a no on this one. Thank you.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems to me this city just won a BusinessWeek.com award as the number 10 best city in America to live in. I actually went to the website after I got that notice from the administration, and I read on all of these top 25 American cities to live in. Anchorage has at least 10 times the acreage in parks per capita of any of these cities, and I'll bet you anything we have the smallest budget per square foot or per acre or whatever the accounting term would be for that. We also have that problem at the state level. We have the largest acreage in state parks in the nation and the smallest parks budget. These are experienced employees who know how to maintain those parks, who know where the curbs are when they operate the heavy equipment. The biggest deal in these folks' position is the heavy equipment operation part of their jobs, and they're going to be asked to do that on an as-needed basis, and I believe they're going to be paid when they do that. So I think the savings is false in this case, and I think you're going to risk the integrity of our park system and the condition of our parks when less experienced people are asked to run heavy equipment to do snow clearance and parking lot cleaning and all of that stuff that is done by these highly experienced employees. And if I was getting an $8 an hour pay decrease, that's about $1,300 a month. This could endanger somebody's mortgage payment, folks. We are not just saving a few bucks in taxpayer dollars here. We are endangering families in being able to stay in this community that they have contributed to for so many years. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask Mr. Rada to come up to the podium because I want him to explain how he thinks or believes that this is going to work after two employees who've been here for a long time are going to get an $8 an hour pay cut. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rada.
Did you have a specific question? I'm sorry.
How is this going to work? Real simple, you know.
How's this going to work?
Yeah. Thank you.
Through the process of meeting the budget challenge, we examined all of our operations as we have been doing in Parks and Recreation since I took the position 2.5 years ago. One of the elements we recognized through the maintenance, the horticulture, the combined efforts of community work services that we had talented individuals in not the right places. And so we've made a series of adjustments over the last 2 years. This is the third and last adjustment. One of the things that we found is we have what they call caretaker operators not performing full-time caretaker operator duties. In response partially to Ms. Drummond, we don't operate heavy equipment. The only equipment would be a gang mower or a Stellar water truck, and those are seasonal, and we've already eliminated a lot of the seasonal positions. So in doing so, these individuals, while retaining jobs, which was my primary focus, would be, yes, moved into 2 vacant park caretaker 2 positions. But in the times that they operate equipment, because that factor is already budgeted, they will be called T-coded, and they go back to the higher wage scale. And in their particular cases, driving a water truck, for example, from the middle of May to the middle of September, they go right back to the higher scale. So what happens is that part's budgeted, but the achieved savings, going back again to Ms. Drummond partially, is that we increased our seasonal workforce by 16 positions. And while these 2 people still remain employed, we add 16 new bodies to the ranks that we actually then spread out over the community to increase our services in all of the zones that we now manage within the city.
Madam Chair, can I follow up with another question?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So how many months out of the year are they going to experience an $8 an hour pay cut?
It's going to depend on the work task and the equipment that they each individually operate and whether or not we fill additional seasonal positions. My goal is to not fill seasonal operator positions, which I do have available, but I will move these people in, and that gives them the higher scale from 5 to 7 months. That's already budgeted.
Thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
Well, I guess I'm not necessarily needing Mr. Rada, but, you know, I've heard Ms. Drummond actually spoke eloquently, the 10th most best city to live in America, and a lot of those have to do with our parks, and I know we've got an excellent parks foundation and park staff, and having met with these 2 individuals as well, it will impact, there's no doubt about it, it will impact their livelihood and where they even live in our community and whether or not they can even afford to live in our community. So I think just fairly detrimental, could be handled differently, and it's not for the lack of having the funding, because we have fund balances. We have had fund balance the last couple of years, so it's not like we don't have the money. So I think we're forcing, if you will, the Parks Department by telling them that we don't have the money, make the cuts, and in fact we have the money and we're deciding not to spend it. I think that's a bit ironic. It's a bit backwards, but thank you, Mr. Rada, for your explanation. Appreciate that.
Okay. If I could finish answering Ms. Jackson. The differential in the way this was programmed out is it would be, with those individuals maintaining those positions, we would end up with a net gain of 3 positions total, and we would move 2 park caretaker 1s into the vacant park caretaker 2 positions, and we would then lose those positions. So we would end up migrating to a top-heavy with only 3 seasonals added to the bottom and a net loss of 2 park caretaker 1s. So the net effect is we have a smaller workforce when this is all done than what we started with, and that's the intent, is to grow it, and then financially, as we can afford it, to rebuild it.
Thank you, Mr. Rada. Mr. Trombley?
I don't have a question for you, for Mr. Rada, so feel free to sit down if you like. One of the challenges I have with the argument that, well, if we make this cut, the parks are going to suffer, and when the administration came into office and they started having to make cuts, we heard that same argument. But yet, the parks are still there, they're still in good condition, they're still usable, and so that argument doesn't work, because the results never follow through. The results are the complete opposite. So I'm going to be a no vote, because obviously parks departments run very, very efficiently, very well, and they're going to continue to do a great job.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. That one fails 5-6. Let's see, amendment number 4. It's the three of you down there, whoever wants to make it.
I'll move it, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. All right.
Okay. This is an amendment to reinstate 2 positions within the library. One is, they're both vacant. One is an associate library position that was created in 2011 and was not filled, hasn't been filled since August. And then there's another library assistant 2 position. We had a work session a few months ago that Friends of the Library and some other folks put on for us. And it was another example of how clear it is, how important our libraries are to the quality of life in this community. I can personally speak from experience, having a son that I brought up in this community, and the libraries was one of the most frequently visited places that my young son went, and he still does frequent the libraries and really appreciates it, like a lot of people do in this community. And I think it's really, really sad and unfortunate to constantly reduce this very important entity within our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Honeman.
Well, I'd like to urge a yes vote on this amendment. And in fact, I've spent a couple of times in the last couple of months here stopping in the library just unannounced and spontaneously, and just to see how the users of this library system are working and the functions of the library. And it's very clear to me that it crosses all age groups, socioeconomic groups, ethnicities. I've seen young little children with their parents or some responsible guardian. In the children's section, I've seen the teen underground. It's never been empty when I've been in there. I've experienced high school and college-age kids all around the library, including adults all the way up to whether they were students or not, into their at least 70s, gauging on what I happen to know on watching and observing people's ages. But I actually took the time to stop and talk to quite a few of these folks and ask them how our library system was working and were the materials sufficient. And by and large, everybody praised the library system. And the only thing that seemed to that I gained from most folks were that they wished that there were more hours, of course, and to do more hours, and particularly on the weekends, means we need more staff. So we did receive the work session, and the library folks have kind of spelled it out very much so that we're going backwards, not forwards, and we've had been a growing community. And I'm here to tell you that in spite of some folks' comments that the library is a dying breed, I challenge that. Come down any day of the week, any weekend, when the library is open, any library, and look and see for yourself. Thank you.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A year ago, we eliminated from the budget the ability to maintain the Samson Diamond Library, which not only served the 50,000 or so constituents of my colleagues in South Anchorage, but thousands of constituents in the southern half of my district of West Anchorage, the Sand Lake and Jewel Lake area, who had a much shorter ride to Samson Diamond than to Lusac. At every quarterly meeting of the school district board and this assembly, I asked for an update, or another assembly member asked for an update on the shared library facilities. Nothing has come of that. We passed up tens of thousands of dollars in free rent offered by the Diamond Center landlord, 2 years' worth of free rent. That library was shut down so fast, my head spun. It was gone by December 31st of last year. They didn't wait until December 31st and then dismantle it in the first week of January. Oh no, it was gone. The money was spent to move all that stuff. Who knows what happened to the collection? Duplicate books get sent back to the publisher or sold, or whatever the library does to cut down its collection so that it doesn't have to store all these books. It would be enormously expensive to put that library back together to continue to serve the people of South Anchorage. And I think we need to have that ability in our budget. I suspect there's going to be some sort of proposal made. It isn't going to be free, and it isn't going to be cheap, and the school district isn't going to pay for it. We are going to have to pay for it. And I suggest that we be prudent and reserve these vacant positions just in case we get wise about our library funding. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. And that one is defeated 5-6. We're now at amendment number 5.
Move amendment number 5. Sorry, Madam
Second.
I'll move amendment number 5, please.
Could you?
This is $50,000 for library materials, in part because I predicted the result of the previous amendment.
All right. Seeing no one in queue, please vote. And that one passes 9-2. Moving on. Amendment number 6.
Move amendment number 6.
Second.
This is an amendment to add $79,597 to the budget for the Anchorage Police Department in a new record clerk position. We've had instances that have been reported to us where individuals have gone in. Has anyone seconded?
I did.
Okay. Where individuals have gone in and aren't able to take care because of their issues due to the fact that there are not clerks readily available and had to spend time waiting, and hopefully this would resolve that situation.
Mr. Honeman?
Just speaking in favor of the fact, knowing that when the increasing of the department size and the sworn personnel, there should be a percentage of non-sworn support staff to assist in that. And we are growing our department slowly, but we are growing it, and we need to make sure we meet that proportional amount. Thank you.
Mr. Starr?
Chief, you have a second to answer the use of this money. I'm not one on big earmarks. You've heard my speech about letting you guys do your jobs. We have had community pledges to the substation out in Chugiak Eagle River area at the new town center out there. Is this money, in your opinion, enough to reinstate that position? Would that be your intention to using this, or how do you handle that?
As many people in the Assembly are aware, we've had trouble, as we've lost some non-sworn positions, we've had trouble keeping people out in Eagle River. We've been hearing a lot of complaints about that. If this money is restored, I would attempt to fill the Eagle River position as much as absolutely possible.
You had 3 or 4, or I even think 5 in various clerk positions that were vacant prior to that have come out of your budget this year as well. Is that your understanding?
I don't remember the exact number, but we had open positions and we needed to meet our budget challenges, and so those open positions were sacrificed, and that impacted Eagle River, and this would help take the sting out of that, I guess.
And obviously, you just said including this one as well, but it was your basic policy call to say we can make it work through automation or some other statement.
Well, we can make things work. We can always make things work, and without this position, we can still make things work. But we are hearing. I know there's interest in us trying to keep Eagle River open.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Mr. Birch?
Yeah, Chief. I seem to remember during the work session, I think there's four positions out of. I don't know what the total count is in APD, but I think there's 4 positions under $100,000 with a loaded rate with the base costs and all the costs. So I guess my question is $79,000 sufficient to fund, or does this fully fund a position?
It sounds about right, and my budget people are pretty good at figuring out the salaries and benefits and so forth that goes with them. So that sounds about right.
Okay, it's strikingly low, significantly lower than the numbers I remember seeing in our work session, where the all-in number for the base salary overtime and I think there's only 4 positions out of the whole department that were under 100,000, and that's why I'm looking at that and just wondering if that's in fact an all-in number or not.
Through the chair, Mr. Birch. We have a number of non-sworn positions. Some of them are highly technical and pay fairly high because they come with lots of technical skills, lab technicians and so forth, dispatchers we train up. This is an entry-level clerical position. It's probably the least expensive position at the Anchorage Police Department.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Osiander has passed the gavel to me, and I recognize Ms. Osiander.
I wanted to share that this originally came to my attention because of complaints at Eagle River, but it's not my intent that this be exclusively an Eagle River position. I discovered after talking to a variety of people that there were also instances where the main police station window could not be kept open. And if people come in because they need a sign-off because, their blinker's out or there's some specific issue that can be cleared up by an inspection, there have been instances where they come to the main window and then they have to call for an officer, and it may take up to 35, 40 minutes until an officer comes in. So my main interest is serving the consumers and the citizens in this town effectively. My other concern, secondary concern, is the one that Mr. Hohnman mentioned. When you increase officers, I think in order to be productive, you need the concurrent amount of clerical support so that you don't have officers doing expensive officer positions doing clerical duties. And so that's my intent. And I got the dollar figure, Mr. Birch, from a request into Ms. Frasca for an entry-level records clerk.
Seeing,
I was going
to say, seeing no one else in the queue, please vote.
Mr. Flynn?
You want to announce it? You want to announce it?
That passes 9-2.
The next one before us was Amendment 7, and it was not my intent to pursue that. So I'm moving to Amendment 8.
Yes, I move to approve Amendment number 8. This is an amendment for the Assembly Ombudsman's Office, and this is merely to fix an error in the Ombudsman's salary. So I would encourage a yes vote.
Seeing no one in queue to discuss, please vote.
Mr. Birch?
And that passes 10-1. The next item before us is Amendment number, is it 9? 9, right. Anyone down there, number 9?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you. I move Amendment number 9, the Department of Public Transportation, and I'd like to change the dollar amount that is on everybody's sheet to $40,000 because that dollar amount represents the amount of funding that's needed to provide this shuttle bus service for the New Anchorage Neighborhood Health Center about when it opens in September. So it should be $40,000. And this amendment is going to provide some much-needed shuttle bus service for the patients that visit the Anchorage Neighborhood Health Center when they open in September. And I really would appreciate the support from my colleagues because this is a much needed service, and it's not going to cost a whole lot of money, and it's just simply worth it. And I believe, for clarity, that the shuttle is going to be set up by the Anchorage Neighborhood Health Center, and if somebody out there from the health center could confirm what I just said, I really would appreciate it.
If you could begin by stating your name for the record, sir.
I'm John Dezada, Development and Marketing Director for Anchorage Neighborhood Health Center. And in response to her question, we've looked at a variety of different options for operating the shuttle. We did receive a quote from MV Transit, which operates Anchor rides, and it did come in, as the lowest quote. And again, it's a private contractor.
Right, and I bring this up because before the meeting started, Mr. Hall had a question in terms of who was going to run the service, and I just wanted to clarify that on his behalf and also the rest of my colleagues.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Flynn.
Madam Chair, I recognize the need And so I guess I'll vote for it, but I'm a little frustrated that we're in this spot. We told the Anchorage Neighborhood Health Center that we had concerns about their location 3 years ago when they asked for our help. And instead, we've got a location that isn't served by a bus route, and according to Mr. Wilbrook, can't be effectively serviced by an amendment to our routes, and so we're having to provide this shuttle. I'll go for it, but I just want you guys to know that I'm not feeling very warm and fuzzy about it.
Mr. Trombley.
Ms. Gray Jackson, is there a reason why we're doing this now and not during first quarter budget revisions where we could fund it for the full year?
Well, Madam Chair,
Well, I
thank
guess
you.
not for the full year since it opens in September.
Well, right now, Mr. Trombley, we're addressing the 2012 budget, and September through December is part of the 2012 budget. So it is appropriate that, I believe that we take care of this matter now. And, Madam Chair, could I make a comment in response to Mr. Flynn's comment, or no?
Could you you're next in queue after
great.
Mr.
Thank you,
Trainey,
Madam
so just
Chair.
hold that thought. Mr. Trombley, you still have the floor. All right, Mr. Trainey, you're next.
We don't like where their location is, but in reality, there's not enough space, so people have to find buildings space where they can. So we need to provide service to this institution. I'll vote for this. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Flynn, I'm really, really pleased to hear you say that you're going to vote for this amendment, even though you're concerned about the location. But I'm sure you remember that one of the locations that the Neighborhood Health Center looked at was on Tudor Road, which would have been serviced by Route 75, but there was an issue, and I don't remember the particulars, but it was going to end up being more costly for them or something, so they had to abandon that, if you remember correctly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Johnston?
Actually, Ms. Gray Jackson addressed the issue I was going to discuss. It was they had to put in infrastructure as far as parking, and I think they had to do a collector road, and the cost, and they were using our land. The cost became prohibitive. So I will be voting for this.
Mr. Starr?
I haven't really gotten a straight answer on what the program's going to look like. I get even more information now that it's dial-a-ride, which is just prior. Before that, the amount was $120,000. We had transit discussions about moving bus routes with full semi-sized buses to accommodate this. I'm not sure that the site plan has been reviewed for turnaround access. I'm not sure what we're going to do with the $40,000 in the transit department. I don't suggest it. I think it's premature. I don't think there's a hurry here. We have another funding source which other nonprofits willingly apply to, and that's through the manager's office. They come over there. And I see also the Native Medical Center, the Alaska Native Medical Center runs around in a fancy Sprinter van, and I don't recollect that we support that with city dollars for that. The way the amendment's written talks about servicing people mover bus stations with that, and the interface between dial-a-ride and people mover is challenging for me. We have unmet transit needs under normal bus route conditions, namely out in my area, that again this year I'm not addressing it, and I'm just not ready for this. I don't think it's an appropriate use. However minimal the dollar amount may be, I urge a put off on that, a better master plan closer to the opening, and a first quarter budget adjustment if necessary.
Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do remember the amount, and it was close to $2 million that it was going to cost them for infrastructure and access to the site on Tudor Road. Those of us who are in the who serve the Midtown area and West Anchorage on the Assembly have been working with ANHC for months now, looking at their site plan. There is actually a bus stop that's been abandoned on C Street. They specifically designed and built their building so that an entrance faces that bus stop, and it will require some coordination with the state since that is a state road. Midtown, in case you haven't noticed, there's a number of office buildings that are going up in Midtown, and our transit routes need to be expanded, not contracted. C Street is a major north-south thoroughfare, as everybody knows, C Street and A Street. Arctic is already experiencing heavy use. we looked at diverting the route that runs down Arctic to C Street periodically, but that was not the best use of the people mover system. It would also abandon riders who had gotten used to using it and depending on it on Arctic Boulevard. And it's a long walk from Arctic to C Street, no matter what time of year it is and what condition you're in. And this was determined to be the best way to serve this particular population. In the meantime, I'm thrilled to hear that People Mover is going to be looking at, over the next year, reorganizing their routes, reorganizing their transit centers, and I'm sure that some better coverage of Midtown, which is the largest jobs-generating neighborhood in this community, will be addressed by those future plans. In the meantime, I'd consider this sort of a placeholder to make sure that ANHC has the service that they need for the hundreds and hundreds of clients, and my guess is that this will pay for itself by their fares. Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
Yeah, I guess the concern I have, we've been working this issue with the folks in transit and trying to modify or amend the routes. I tend to be the eternal optimist, and I do believe that we can come up with a route structure there that will serve this facility when it ultimately opens. We are, as part of our legislative capital request program, we are looking at a relocation initiative for the transit station, and I know one of the locations we were looking at is actually in the neighborhood here in the vicinity of this facility. So I'm going to be a no vote on this. I think that from the standpoint of making it work with our existing transit system rather than starting up a new service, I think that's really the answer here. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, frankly, as Ms. Drummond mentioned, there's been a lot of work through the past few months that has gone into this, and my personal preference is to see transit expanded, period. And we talked about exactly what Mr. Birch just mentioned, and I think Mr. Starr might have alluded to that fact too. We want Route 9 to accommodate the new center, and maybe even Route 75. But what I have before you now was the alternative that the Transit Department was more amicable to, and the Anchorage Neighborhood Health Center, they were just so darn happy to have something in place to serve their clients when they open up in September. And I really would encourage my colleagues to think about these people that need this service, that need this bus service. None of us probably need to ride the bus, but there are people out there in our community who have absolutely no choice. So I would encourage you to do the right thing, folks, this evening. It's only $40,000, and it's going to help people within our community who really need this service. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr.
Well, Mr. Wilbur, can you come up here just for a few question and answers that I have? I try not to be confused, but are we expanding the dial-a-ride contract with the private vendor with this appropriation of your department, or what's your intention to
Through the chair, the answer is no. We're not going to expand our contract with MV. This would be a separate contract between the clinic and the same contractor that we have for our Anchor Ride service.
And are those the smaller buses that service that?
They are the cutaways where, yes.
And those aren't going to stop on C Street. They need to get off the road, right?
No, I believe that it would be front door service, or however the clinic wants to run that service. They're going to manage it and work directly with that contractor to provide the service that works best for them on the time of day, the days of the week, the hours of service. I think we would look to the clinic to provide that direction to their contractor.
So really it's a pass-through grant kind of concept to you? Is that what you would think?
I believe that's the concept, yes.
Why wouldn't we run it through the municipal manager's office through a grant program? Do you have any idea?
I think having one less individual moving the money from one place to another is a benefit to the clinic. It's one less procurement process or administrative process. So that would be my suggestion. But if there was another better way, then that could be done too.
Well, I appreciate your interest. You've always been professional at how you handle the task. I'm still not convinced. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Hall? A question? No? All right. Seeing no one else, please vote. And that one passes 7-4. Moving on, the next one before us is number 10.
Move to approve.
I'm waiting.
Dice for lack of a
Thank you. There's the second. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Is
Museum
there?
is in my district.
All right. This is to increase funding for the museum per contract that provides for an annual increase based on the 5-year average change in population and inflation. Mr. Starr.
Mr. Vacalis, are these just two aspects identified after the mayor tendered his budget to us that we need to recognize as increased obligations? Is that what we're seeing both with this one and the PAC?
It was recognized, however, it was basically forgotten.
Yeah. We'll have a question about the PAC, so be ready on that. But I guess I urge approval on this one to correct that contract obligation.
Mr. Trombley.
Mr. Vacalis, what happens if it isn't approved?
Well, contractually, we've made a contract with them that was basically endorsed, by previous assemblies and this assembly. And so we'd be in violation of a contract.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. That item is approved unanimously. The next one before us is number 11.
Move approval of number 11.
Second.
This one is to increase funding for the Performing Arts Center per contract, and it's for $65,253. Mr. Starr.
Mr. Vacalis, is the roof fund, the PAC assessment on the roof, the $3 per ticket charge, does that come off pretty quick here? What are we seeing? It reminds me of a split year requirement for that $3 surcharge on the PAC, and I'm hesitant to give them any more money through the contract if we're going to wash it out in the end. Can you answer that now, or should we talk about it later?
If we could talk about it later, the only reason I say that, I have somebody in the audits I just need to talk to and ask them specifically that question.
Okay, so if your determination is that the sort of an overfunding relationship would result from ticket assessments on the roof funding, you would probably want to change it at first quarter or something like that?
Well, can we go back to this one later? Just come back.
I'm okay approving it, but I don't want to find out midstream that we've been surcharging everybody $3 and giving them more than they need for what our obligations are. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. That one was approved unanimously. We're now at amendment number 12 that was just passed out.
Move to approve.
I'm not seeing Amendment 12.
That's the cat shelter.
Oh.
I'm waiting
Give me a second.
for a second.
You got it.
Okay, Ms. Drummond, thank you. This is a one-time community grant for the SPCA Adopt-A-Cat Shelter ventilation for up to $18,981 to assist in the installation of the ventilation system, of which a substantial portion of the funds were raised by community efforts. Mr. Honeman, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, been lobbied for lack of better terms. Several community citizens had addressed this concern. Apparently, the original design was $60,000. It was later, the contractor later either left or withdrew their contract bid, went up to $75,000. The emphasis here is it's a one-time expense, and I suspect that as the efforts have already been underway, it likely will not need the entire $18,981, but that's the number that presently is shortfall, and this is as a requirement of the municipality to install this ventilation at that shelter. So it's kind of a good news, bad news. We're requiring as a municipality to meet code, which is a good thing. The bad news is it's very expensive and came in over budget. So they're asking for assistance one time only and a number up to, not to exceed. I'd urge support.
Mr. Starr.
Mr. Vacalis, this is routed through your budget. Would this be an agency that would typically apply for the grant program that's just recently opened for application, or what's the relationship with this SPCA group to our obligation?
Thank you, sir. First of all, as you may remember, the grant portion of the city basically was moved to the mayor's office. So that's handled by the mayor's office now. However, in regards to the question, certainly this is an agency that could apply for a grant through that purpose, through that function, yes.
It's kind of the right answer, Mr. Mayor. Is that what would make sense for direction on this one, is to ask them to apply for the money that's already in your budget?
Yeah, and as Mr. Vacalis mentioned, a year or two ago, the Assembly, by action, moved the community grant program from the manager's office to the mayor's office, and any group can apply for one of the community grants, and that would be the appropriate forum, I think, to move an amendment like this, or to seek funding.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, a question for the maker of the amendment. If I vote for this, do I get labeled a cat person?
If it makes you feel good, sir.
Anything else, Mr. Flynn? Ms. Johnston?
Would there also be grants available maybe through the Department of Health, since they do animal rescue?
Probably not. They obviously have a robust grant program for delivering health services, but I don't think for this particular case they would have an appropriate grant.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trombley?
Mr. Honeman, or whoever can answer the question, do we know that with the existing money, that's the 60,000 plus, that the design can't be changed to accommodate that dollar amount? Do we know that for sure?
I don't know the specific answer to what I've been told is, and I don't speak, if there's anybody here for the cat shelter that has any knowledge on that specific question. What I've been told is that the design itself is that has to meet certain code by our municipality, our code, and apparently the bid that was initially basically let, that vendor is no longer available and withdrew the bid, and the next bidder was $75,000.
All right. Please vote. And that one failed 4-7. That concludes all the amendments I have. Are there any additional amendments? Mr. Starr?
No, just to speak to the main motion.
Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, a point of order. We have a request, an appearance request?
I figured, I was hoping we could get this done before 6:30, since we could.
Never mind.
Yeah, I am aware. Thank you, sir.
I just want to pontificate just for a minute on process. Chairman of Budget and Finance Committee takes some role on that, but I want to compliment fellow Assembly members, and particularly Ms. Gray Jackson, who's technically not on the committee, but provides good input. I had good meeting attendance, and I guess the process becomes easier the more skilled and focused the administration is when they bring us the budget. And I found that to be the case this time. The answers were quick in coming from the administration, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate that. And the skill level of those that prepared it is always good. I also want to do a call out to the BAC, and I've been Budget and Finance Chair before and always had good ideas to encourage public involvement and interaction with the department heads. Ultimately, department heads advise the administrative levels what their needs are, and I think that we had good open dialogue and discussion. I think the white paper was well received from that, and we learn something every time we have more eyes looking at it. So, not to take a lot of time, I think it's best vetted. We have to recognize that economic times are what they are, and it's a lot of folks that send me emails that are on fixed incomes and are challenged by ever increasing areas, not only in their property taxes and their fees and fines, but in significantly other areas that we also have input on, AWW, the trash, the sanitation, the parking, movies, you name it, and the cost of living continues to encroach. The budget's going up 1.9%. That's a tax increase, however, be it a small one. We weren't at the successful nature of my personal goal, which is actually to have taxes go down for a change. That didn't happen. The final statement was that I think it came pretty darn close to the budget resolution that we gave the guidance to the Assembly, through this Assembly body, to the administration of 1.8%. My final comments were personally, that was more of a committee speak and a summary of the budget. Personally, I bumped up several times, numerous times, against the labor contract requirements and the restrictions of what we were just allowed to do. And it's very frustrating for people that are asked and tasked with coming up with creative solutions to balance the budget. I don't like to see government redundancy, I don't like to see redundant and inefficient processes any more than the user groups and the taxpayers put up for me. But when I see numerous folks in cross departments in finance, every department has one. You can't take it away because the labor contracts say you can't. The traffic and transit departments, again, traffic engineers, no offense to how I'll pick on them, but the cross-utilization and the ability for me to move amendments and move directions has now bumped up against the labor agreements, which I was told in 2008 would not be the case. And here I am. And so for the first time in probably my tenure sitting up here, I'm not moving any amendments personally. I wanted to. I think I can save the city some more money, and I think we can illustrate some efficiencies. But it's time to talk to the labor groups and sit down and go back through that with a fine-tooth comb and illustrate to them a little more clearly how that impacts our overall budget spending plan. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. This is on the complete budget as amended. And that is approved, 10-1.
Let's move for immediate reconsideration, urge a no vote, ma'am, so we don't have somebody mess her with it.
There is a move.
So moved.
Second.
All right.
Urge a no vote.
Please vote on reconsideration.
No votes urged.
And no vote is urged, and we got the no votes. All right, at this point, we do have a speaker on non-agenda items, and I'm going to ask if Teresa Dayton is here. Would you come forward, please? And you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
I'd like to thank the Assembly for letting me speak for a moment, and I'd like to take a moment to thank Ms. Gray Jackson for calling me personally on this matter. I'm here to propose that the municipality of Anchorage extend the existing property tax exemption for disabled veterans and widows age 16 older of deceased disabled veterans to all surviving spouses, widows, and widowers whose military spouse died in the line of duty. Extending this exemption would greatly help those of us surviving the emotional grief and financial impact of the death of our loved one. The changes and/or loss of military benefits increases each passing year after the death of our spouse, making the financial impact of day-to-day life greater for the surviving spouse and children. For example, Social Security only pays minor children to the age of 18 of the deceased parent. So, for example, I do not have children, so the earliest I can receive Social Security benefits is 65. And only then I will either receive the monies paid in, that I paid in, or my husband's, whichever is greater. I do not get paid both benefits. For example, my escrow on my mortgage since the death of my husband has gone up $125 a month. That is entirely due to an increase in the property taxes here in the city of Anchorage. The military is giving me an extra $10 a month as the years pass since the death of my husband. I think it's an issue we need to address. Anchorage in Alaska recognizes its veterans and the families that serve, but we suffer an intense financial impact upon the death of our spouses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Honeman has a question for you, ma'am. Could you come back?
I apologize.
Mr. Honeman?
Thank you for bringing the information forward. I'm not sure, have you researched, is the state statute, does it cover or allow already for local communities? There have been some discussion up here whether or not. Does anybody know here on the, have you checked to see if this would be allowable under state statute, or is it something we'd have to petition the state to make allowable?
I have already contacted Charlize Millett and Kevin Myers, and they said I needed to address the municipality of Anchorage.
Thank you very much, ma'am. At this point, the Assembly is going to, Mr. Traney.
Just that I would tell you the way it normally works is the state has to do it first, and then we pass a local law relative to state law. We had to do the same thing with the one I changed for spouses over the age of 60. First the state had to do it, and then the city can do it. I'll talk to Kevin Meyer and see if we can straighten it out.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, the Assembly is going to take its regularly scheduled dinner break. We'll be about 20 minutes, possibly up to a half an hour. My apologies to all of you who just walked in. like to call this meeting back in order. At this point, we are at 11E on the agenda. This is AR 268. It's a resolution approving the 2012 through 2017 General Government Improvement Program. It's accompanied by AM 558, and there is an S version that has been presented to us. There have been 3 public hearings, and there is no motion pending. Mr. Hall?
Move to approve the S version.
All right, the S version is before us. Is there discussion? You want to clear the board so I can vote? All right, seeing no one in queue, please vote. Mr. Hardeman? He is not here, so that is 10-0. Thank you.
Move a reconsideration, ma'am. Urge a no vote.
Reconsideration has been moved and no vote is urged.
Second.
And yeah, I understand. Not yet for me. Okay. Please vote. And that motion fails 1 to 10. The next item before us, or 10 to 1, I guess. 9 to 1. Mr. Hodeman's not with us yet. All right. The next item before us then is 14F. Excuse me. 11F. This is AO 101. It's an ordinance adopting the 2012 General Government Capital Improvement Budget, accompanied by AM 555, and there's an S version. There have been 3 public hearings, and there is no motion pending.
Move the S version.
Second.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, please vote. That item is approved, 10-0. Mr. Trainee?
Move reconsideration, ma'am.
Immediate reconsideration has
And
been...
no votes urged.
Has been moved by Mr. Trainee, seconded by Ms. Gray Jackson. A no vote. Mr. Trainee needs to push his button, I'm told. Thank you. Please vote on immediate reconsideration. And that motion for immediate reconsideration fails 10-0. The next item before us is 11G. This is AR 269. It's a resolution approving the 2012-2017 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Program. And there is an S version available. It is accompanied by AM 559. There have been 3 public hearings, and there is no motion pending.
Move the S version.
Second.
Did you hit your screen, Ms. Johnston?
Oh, I did once.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please vote on the S version. And that item passes 10-0. We are now at 11H on the agenda. This is AO1.
Let's just do immediate reconsideration on
very good.
consideration on 11G.
Thank you,
Make
Mr.
that
Trainee,
motion.
for remembering that. Mr. Trainee has moved immediate reconsideration, and was there a second? And that was seconded by Ms. Johnston. At this point, immediate reconsideration has been moved. A no vote is urged. Please vote. And immediate reconsideration fails unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, ma'am.
We're now at 11H. This is AO 102. It's an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2012 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Operating Budget and the 2012 Municipal Utilities and Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Budget. It's accompanied by AM 556, and there is an S version. We have had 3 public hearings, and there is no motion pending.
Move the S version.
Second.
Is there discussion? Mr. Starr.
I want to commend Ms. Johnson for organizing the enterprise committee around these topics. They're not easy. If it's okay through the chair on that, clarification on the $1 million reduction to ML&P's budget to be determined. What will be the process you envision on them producing those efficiencies?
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
We're going to have continued discussions. One of what we did with ML&P was what we did with AWWU, where they came to us with their changes, and we sat down with them and we looked at them and agreed with them. And so I hope to have the same kind of meeting with ML&P, and the Enterprise Committee will be working very hand in hand with ML&P's board and with their administration, and see what we come up with first quarter budget revisions.
Mr. Posey. Is not here.
He is not here, sir.
Okay. Hi. Yep. Can you turn your microphone on?
Is the green light showing, Mr. Miller?
It's on now.
Yeah, what we have is, of course, sort of to be determined cuts, and I'm not serviced by the ML&P service directly. I've got MEA out in my territory, but if the power goes off, are we going to hear from the staff or others that, well, our budget was cut, we'll get to you when we can, or what's the attitude and the approach here as we do this?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, you will not hear that at all.
Yeah,
we've looked at this, and we can handle the $1 million cut. This budget was prepared last summer, and a few things have changed. So,
okay. So
I will go back and tell the staff that myself.
The mechanism with Ms. Johnson's interface with us, and now the board realignment and all that, you guys are still okay there, servicing the public and our involvement now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that answer. Appreciate that. Okay, I have just seen it's a combined movement. I have no more questions for ML&P if somebody else does.
There appear to be no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Relating to solid waste services operating budget, and I guess there's that conversation about tipping fees, and again, is a rate increase with solid waste services part of the spending plan?
It is in this budget. With solid waste services, I really didn't feel we had the time to do a good job as far as discussing their budgets. This is one that we're going to put a lot of effort into the first quarter budget revision. As I said in the beginning of the meeting, we hope to continue the public hearing as far as the tipping fee increase for next week, and the Enterprise Committee will be meeting with solid waste service. The other aspect of the budget that will be discussed, but at a later date, is the recycling tipping fee will be sunsetting in August, and so we'll be addressing that too. And all of these elements, I felt it was just premature for me to do anything with their budget. That we needed a lot more work.
What was the increase? I couldn't find it from this 2011 budget to 2012. Do you know it offhand? Are we going up by the millions, or what's the increase?
For all of them, or
no, just for solid waste services?
I can't tell you off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
It's not a.
I usually bring all my books with me, and I didn't this time.
Well, I just don't want to shortcut a vital service, but by the same token, if you're comfortable with that discussion. My final question relates to the AWWU contribution to the AEDC group. It was on again, off again, and sort of that discussion. Mr. Pop is here, but I don't need to bring him to the microphone. But there's some understanding that we're going to see an increased involvement in I guess, a quasi-report to the Assembly on some stuff. Is that what you've dialogued with?
Yes, there was a discussion between the administration and Mr. Pop and others as far as AWWU committing to $50,000 again this next year for 2012, and I agreed to include that in the budget as far as this S version.
Well, we have that request for a demographic study or thereabouts, and so there has been that dialogue. I know I had it today, but I just want to put it on there. It's clearly spoken to now, and the reason I bring that up is I didn't really have the S version until a little while ago. So thanks for the clarity and the effort. I have no other questions.
I do want to echo and say thank you to all members of the Enterprise Committee. That's a new committee, and it's done yeoman's work. Thank you very much. With that, seeing no further discussion, please vote on the S version. And that passes unanimously. Mr. Trainee, you want to do your motion?
Move to reconsider, ma'am. No votes urged.
You want to hit your screen, sir?
There.
Thank you. Thank you. Reconsideration has been moved and no vote is urged. Please vote on reconsideration. And that reconsideration fails unanimously. Thank you. The next item before us is 11I. This is AO 103. It's an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2012 operating and capital budget of the Anchorage Community Development Authority. It's accompanied by AM 557. We have had 3 public hearings on this one, and there is no motion pending.
Move to approve.
Second.
That item is before us. Is there discussion? Seeing none, please vote. And that item is approved unanimously. We're now at 11J on the agenda. This is AR 282. It's a resolution adopting the 2012-2017 6-year fiscal program. It's accompanied by AM 581. We have had 3 public hearings on this. There is no motion pending.
Move to approve, or I guess adopt in this case.
Second.
That item is before us. Mr. Starr.
Well, as I referenced earlier, it's always helpful to have where you're going as well as where you are, and perhaps a summary of where we've been. So we'll send another compliment to the ability for you to put together a forecast on it. And I read it, and I study it, and I try to link it from year to year so we don't just get through this year. We have to look ahead. And that talks about topics that I don't want to ask specific questions necessarily, but illustrate where my concerns are in the report. One of them talks about some topics where we just need to figure out what we're calling this fund balance in an excess funding or surplus or fund balance application. And I see the expectation that fund balance is going to be available in this report. That's one comment if you want to make. And then the next one that I want to talk about is our debt service and our trending towards debt service. And I asked you to look at the debt service commitment and the policy statement from the administration. So could you just speak to 2 issues, and that's the expectation, the anticipation of fund balance and the application of future budgets as recognized, and then your second comments speak to the issue about the debt service trend.
Through the chair, I'll first address the debt service. The policy of this administration is to issue new debt in an amount less than the principal amount that we are paying off each year. What we do is in the 6-year fiscal plan, we do match our debt service payment with our total debt plan with our CIP so that we're consistent and we're communicating a message consistently to our rating agents and to our taxpayers.
Madam Chair, can I just ask her to expound on that? Because what the perceived message in that statement is that we retired $31 million or $32 million, and you want to propose a bond which is built into the budgets that we just approved of $31 million. Let's use those numbers. The problem I have reconciling, Ms. Mahoney, is the fact that our debt service doesn't really go down in that. Your debt service obligations and our burden of debt and the payments every year are going up.
Through the chair, over the past years, we've been refunding our debt, and as a result of refunding our debt, it has created a bumpy, if you will, debt service stream through the years. So we will have years where the debt service will go up and it will go down even if we issue no new debt. And so our analysis shows, and based on the CIP, in aggregate over the 6-year period, the debt will, in fact, go down.
Okay, I appreciate the answer. I'm trying to put some separation to the statement that, well, we've taken a year off from issuing debt or we aren't going to bond at the level that we retired. That the two aren't necessarily linked in our cash flow challenges for the operational budget. And, this year it looks like 1 in 4 tax dollars is going to service our debt. And even though your policy statement is we're going to issue less debt, it doesn't mean we're going to see a relief in taxes on that. Is that true?
Well, the tax situation is a combination of the debt as well as general government operations, as you know.
Yeah, which
and
we
so
just
we're
got through.
right. So, I mean, we are looking at that in terms of the impact to citizens.
Okay. Well, thank you. I don't anticipate modifying the report to reflect that. I think it's clarity to the statement. So the next topic, do you mind?
Okay, and I just want to clarify, the question was in regard to our anticipation of fund balance in 2011? Was that the question?
No, what I recognize in this program is that you're going to utilize fund balance to meet obligation needs in 2013.
The reason why we included a use of fund balance in 2013 and in 2012 is because we do anticipate that through efficiencies that we will continue to deliver savings to taxpayers. It's very difficult to quantify what those would be at this point in time, but since this administration has been in office, we have been able to use fund balance as a result of savings from the current year to fund the next year's general government budget.
Okay. I don't have any changes to that policy, I guess. I don't like to see those numbers really large, however. It seems like we would be banking money, and in particularly if we're banking tax dollars, I would want to continue to study that. So if it's necessary to rebate it, and you and I have had this discussion that fund balance typically results in a lower tax burden than would be necessary come first quarter setting. But this has been a touchy subject for me over my tenure here on just what's happening in the fund balance, and so I asked the question in detail so we have no surprises. And I see application of it in 2013, so you must know or anticipate, as you illustrated, some efficiency gains. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. And that item is approved 10-1. At this point, we're moving towards new public hearings. And the first item before us is 14A, which is AO119. It's an ordinance for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $59,077,000 in general obligation bonds for the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of educational capital improvements, career and technical educational upgrades, design projects, and district-wide building life extension projects at the election to be held in the municipality on April 3rd, 2012. It's accompanied by AM 689, and there is an S version before you. So if you'd like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. The first thing, boy, enthusiastic people. I'd like to give the superintendent and the school board president first dibs on this one. And I'd like to ask, when you come forward, if you could start off with stating your name for the record. You are limited to 3 minutes. Go ahead, please. Is the microphone light on there?
There we go.
Okay.
Gretchen Guest, President of the Anchorage School Board, and thank you very much. In your packet is a cover memo from Ms. Cuomo and myself that lays out what's in the thicker packet, and I wanted to thank the Assembly for the robust conversation in our work session on Friday. I think that was very helpful on both sides, and Mr. Starr, who I know couldn't make it on Friday, gave me a call, so we appreciate that communication. And I'm not going to go over any of those things that we discussed on Friday. I did want to take a moment and thank the administration and the CIAC committee for bringing a really focused bond package to the board based on the acute needs, both capacity issues that we can't change with boundary changes or boundary line changes, the educational needs issues, and the facility condition index and that new quantifiable approach that we're taking. Oftentimes when you ask anybody or any group of folks to change what they've been doing, and I had to laugh in some ways with Mr. Starr's question earlier about the utility, you get the, well, if you do that, everything's going to fall apart. And the administration and the CIC didn't come back. They came back with a really focused list based on the most acute needs of this district and took our direction. And so I want to publicly thank them for that. As the memo states, this Bond package in front of you is about $4 million more than what we plan on average to retire, but we have retired $239 million of debt the last 5 years and only issued 61, or have authority to issue 61 million. So we think we're in guidance of our conversation we've had with the Assembly. I've had the question about why the timing is so early. And just wanted to say that we had a great work session with Bond Yes in the fall. They have asked for us to try to get the bond out earlier so we can have that good community conversation about it. So it's early this year. Expect it to be even earlier next year because we want to be able to have that community conversation about the bond package that doesn't result when we put it out in February. So with that, I know Ms. Cuomo has some comments and will answer any questions you would like.
Thank you. I'm Carol Como. I'm the superintendent with the Anchorage School District. I just want to also thank you. I think the discussion last Friday was very, very helpful, and I think that it answered, hopefully, a lot of your questions. I think the big ticket in this bond package is our career and technical education effort, and it really is our effort, the board's strong initiative, along with the state initiative, to develop a comprehensive career and technical education workforce development plan. We work very closely with the Department of Labor and Workforce Development and the Department of Education. Our career tech plan fits within that, and we're using an academy approach, particularly in the construction academy, the health career pathways, as well as engineering programs. And what we're finding is when we use our middle school through high school approach in these career pathways, that the schools are able to offer a significant number of classes to our students, and our King Career Center is going through a major set of discussions. We have a new principal there. We have a very much more active career and technical advisory committee. And so I think that you're going to see this effort continue over the next few years. The performance scholarship that the governor has been carrying, there's two components. One is college prep, and the other one is to really validate the important classes for career tech education. So there are two pathways, if you will, that our students can access those performance scholarships if they choose to pursue a University of Alaska program. So these initiatives have been, I think, well thought out. There's large buy-in on the part of our principals, our high school and middle school teachers and parents and students, as well as certainly the school board and our administration. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, Mr. Honeman, you're first.
Well, thank you for both of you being here, and that work session on this past week was absolutely very helpful, and I just wanted to just make note to some of the colleagues that weren't here, and just as a reminder, one of the questions that came up was on the bonds for, in general, the bonds and how we process bonds for maintenance, and that there's a debt reimbursement of either 60 or 70%. And that it's the desire of the school district, I believe, of the school board, to eventually at least try to lobby the state to approve a reimbursement on items items of maintenance or items of maintenance that won't necessarily require going to bond for it. I think that's still a right way to go to keep trying to approach that. But be that as it may, we're working within the confines of what we have. And secondly, that it's very informational for my colleagues to understand that the buildings, I guess I understand the process is, any building is set and designed for a 50-year life, and that there are 18-some buildings on Attachment C that were listed. These are just the ones listed that are either at or over the 50-year life in the district's roles, and these, again, on Attachment C are just those ones that are listed or that were evaluated. And I noted there were at least 3 or 4 others that were coming really darn close to that. So I think we do a real good job on maintenance. I really think that a lot of these projects and this bond goes a long way in meeting our infrastructure repair. So, and I also wanted to note real quick that there are several folks here in the audience tonight. Service High School has a government class. I think there's an economics class from West High, and so very good on you for being here and learning a lot about the process. And yes, we're talking about your schools, our schools. Thank you.
Mr. Birch has a question.
Ms. Osiander, can I just qualify one thing that Mr. Honeman said? The buildings are built for a 50-year life, but as was noted in our work session, all the components, you can't necessarily buy components for 50 years. Right. And just wanted to clarify that for anyone who is listening.
Good point.
Mr. Birch.
Yeah.
Good evening. I wanted to report back. I was unable to attend the joint meeting with the school board because I was participating in a tour of the Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson on Friday morning, and I can't tell you, on several occasions we had extraordinarily positive feedback on the quality of the educational services that are being provided to our military families and their children here in the Anchorage School District. It was just and we're talking about people that have a lot of exposure to a lot of different communities, and it was very positive. One question I did have, and maybe you addressed it on Friday, is the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee had recommended a $45 million bond package, and that appeared to be as bumped up by about $15 million, about a 30% to almost $60 million. And I guess I'm concerned about a little overreaching with that, and recognizing that some of the bonds haven't fared well in the community if they're perceived as being too big. And if you could just give me a thumbnail sketch of why the board chose to increase the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee recommendation.
I appreciate the question. The Capital Improvement Advisory Committee did come with $45 million, which is about 80% of our average debt retirement. The board had a very robust conversation and testimony. I think testimony you're here today about the needs for CT&E at West High School, and part of our comprehensive plan at every high school to have some of these larger engineering, construction, health academies at every school. The $45 million did have the planning money in it for that, but the board felt, given the focus on CT&E and trying to get CT&E in all the schools, that it was worth bumping it up the $13 million. We did discuss, well, should we make it 10 so we're underneath that cap? But when you start messing around with estimates, as ready, you don't really know the unintended consequences. So there was that conversation at the board level, and that's the result.
Okay, and then just as a follow-up, if I might, Madam Chairman, the idea of just putting everything in a single bond and not breaking it out, I guess that there was some deliberation going into that.
We had that conversation as well, and where the board is going and its focus is on much smaller bond packages that focus on the acute needs, really the highest needs of our school district. And in doing so, we really want to start presenting to the public that focus. So not a menu of what would you like to fund, but here is through, very objective means what we believe are the most acute needs. And that's why we want to keep it in one package and be able to start having that conversation with the community.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
Yes, with the 45-9 part of the proposal, you have, I think it's $10.6 million for CTE.
Could you speak closer to your mic, Ms. Johnson?
I was speaking too close now. Gosh, I'll never be able to pull this off. It's my booming voice. I think at $10.6 million for CTE. Mm-hmm. And how many schools does that spread out over? 12 schools, I believe it is in the memo. And I think it was like 16 projects.
Yeah, 18, I believe, 16, 18.
And the process, Ms. Como had kind of alluded to the process that you're working on. Could you just add a little bit more how you came up with those projects and how they were developed and how you prioritized them, and was it school district wide as you approached it?
We have had an extensive number of years of discussion on revitalizing our career and technical education. Rick Rios, as many of you may have heard his presentations, has been a tenacious advocate, and suddenly all the stars aligned the last few years. The legislature, the community, everyone, the board, really saw the value and not just focusing so much on college prep. There's nothing wrong with college prep, but we know we have a large number of young people who are really looking for multiple pathways. And so Mike Henry, who's in charge of the high schools, Leslie Vandergaard is in charge of the middle schools and their principals, really started exploring and dreaming a little bit. Some of it was precipitated by some of the stimulus funding that we were able to really put the career guides into the middle schools. We were able to really start focusing on career pathways instead of singleton courses. We also, when we got the first grant with the Construction Academy from AGC, Dick Katna, when he was here, he was so excited because we finally got the first Construction Academy in the state, and what we learned by adding a third shift at KCC and expanding after-school opportunities in the construction area at both middle schools and high schools, suddenly we had all these young people who were really energized and taking courses. And so from that, we just started really talking with the schools, asking what are their dreams, if you will, Rick, and these career pathways, which are nationally validated. The academy approach is where we landed because it's in concert with a statewide career and technical education plan, and what industry is telling us are the premier career fields that we need to be preparing our young people for jobs going forward rather than necessarily in the back. So it was a combination, but it's been a lot of work, a lot of community discussions with the school communities and their staff, certainly. And we are proceeding through that way with the schools, looking at their facilities, what can be done without a facility renovation, and then the things that we can do by doing some renovations as we're bringing forward last year and in this particular package.
Two more follow-up questions. One is, do you feel, just as you're out in the community, that there's a large support, sort of an organic support that can last a number of years for career and technology education? Do you feel that this is something that the municipality, the constituents can get behind?
I absolutely do, and the feedback we've gotten from a lot of people, even if they don't support other parts of our program, there is high interest in this. There's also, we've been able to use our facilities once they've been upgraded for community members. We've been working with Alaska Works on the 18 to 25-year-old underemployed. They've taken some of the Construction Academy classes at the KCC, and then they've worked out in some of our other schools now. So I do believe that this will continue to resonate, and I really believe because of the work, the careers coming down the pike that don't even know yet. I think this is going to continue because they're very rigorous. They're actually in many cases much more rigorous classes than some of our academic classes, and so I do believe it will continue to be very well supported in the community.
Okay, my last question, and this is more specific now. You have, I think it's $1.43 million for design, planning and design for the West CTE, and then you have $13.5 million for actual construction. What are you physically able to do this next year? I mean, if you receive both the design and the construction, what would be the timeline for that?
Well, I can start, and if Mr. Abbott wants to come up and talk about the specifics, but basically the planning and design was what we recommended for both West Romig. It's a combination West Romig, and that would then allow us to complete the design, and once the design is completed, and then we would be able, if the construction money was there, we could then get our bid documents ready and move forward to put out to bid. But I would ask Mr. Abbott to be able to answer the rest of your question.
The anticipated timeline, if the project is funded through a successful bond proposition, would be to initiate the planning and design effort next summer and conclude it 6 to 12 months later, depending on the length of the planning portion of the project. And then to be ready to initiate a construction project in 2013.
If this item 13.5 was not on this year's ballot but was on the 2012 ballot, would you be able to begin construction in 2013?
Yeah, 2012 is the one we're talking about. 2013. it probably would not affect the ultimate delivery of the project in terms of which school year we were able to open in. So I don't think it would affect it in that regard. There are benefits to committing to the construction funding at the same time as we initiate the planning effort, but I don't think it would affect the ultimate delivery timeline if we were confident the construction funding would show up in 2013.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
I suppose Mr. Abbott can keep going on that vein, but not necessarily right now. I think the idea is, for me, I like to see sort of the way forward plan, so any of you can answer that. Where is sort of the way forward plan district-wide on CTE? You alluded to sort of a process of polling your schools and all that, but I looked hard on the website and sort of the understanding of how we're going to do this uniformly, how much is it going to cost, and then what's the measuring stick going to be used on, is it effective? I couldn't find any of that. Do we have a plan?
Mr. Starr, thank you for that question. We have had a series of work sessions, and the board has asked us by April to bring a 5-year comprehensive CTE plan. What we have now in the attachments to these documents are concepts and programs and classes that we're moving ahead. They're all validated. There will be certificates issued as the outcome, so that will be certainly the measure of how many of our students are achieving proficiency and getting the certificates if it's a certificated-based program. Some of them would lead to going on to college courses. In fact, the Health Academy goes in lots of different ways depending on what the students would want to pursue. Some of them can get CNA certificates right away. Some of them would want to go on to a 4-year pre-med course. Some want to go to nursing and so forth. So there are multiple ways to measure that, but we will definitely be having serious discussion, and the board will undertake approval of a 5-year comprehensive CTE plan in April, and we'd be more than happy to share that with you or ask to have a work session with the Assembly that we could share that with you as we're moving that agenda forward.
Yeah, well, no offense, my opinion is we are moving the agenda forward. You're asking us to bond for it and support bonds in front of the voters, so I want to make sure that we're going to do it well once we do, and it's hard for me when I can't see where we're going with this because it is such an important venture. I don't want to jumpstart early.
I understand that. We also, these projects are all fit well within the state career and technical education plan that has been adopted by the State Board of Education, and we are working with ours to come under that. So I believe that even though our board has not formally adopted Anchorage school districts, I believe it's going to be very close to what the state board has already adopted and has been validated both through workforce development and Department of Education.
Well, you can understand and recognize my concern about where the rubber meets the road for a lot of different reasons. And Mr. Abbott, I guess you took the West High program itself, and how do you know how much money you need?
Using the educational specifications that are guidelines for us in terms of the quantity of space that's appropriate for middle schools and high schools, we've developed a need for approximately 35,000 square feet of space to deliver the CT&E program that would be ideal for any of our comprehensive high schools and comprehensive middle schools. So working backwards from that square footage assessment, we've identified a project budget of approximately $14.6 million.
Without drawing plans or construction discussions, it's a guess, isn't it? I mean, it's a guess based on, about $180 a square foot or whatever. I'm concerned that we're ahead of the plan.
Yep. No, it is. It's an estimate. It's an estimate based on our experience working with CTE space in other buildings. So yes, it is an estimate. It includes a contingency. We think it's a reasonable estimate for the type of space that we plan to deliver for this function.
Well, and I don't want to get into debate necessarily, but I have concerns that we're setting the benchmark already without the plan, without the permitting, that every school is going to see a $9.8 million or 10.03 upgrade to their facilities. Are we starting to set the benchmark on what this program is going to look like district-wide? We're already having that fight with AstroTurf in this town, so, it's a
We don't call it AstroTurf anymore, Mr. Starr.
West High needs one. But anyhow, I get to that point.
No, and our goal is to make sure that all of the comprehensive high school and middle schools have similar functionality.
Yeah.
Most of them already have in place far greater amount of space committed to CTE than West or Romig do. It's the nature of the age of their facilities and the way their facilities have changed over the years. So, for instance, South, Eagle River, Diamond, the newer buildings, all have they're much closer to meeting the specification that I described earlier. And so the only facility improvements, CTE-related facility improvements for those buildings are relatively minor modifications to existing space.
Well,
West and Romig need additional space, and that's the nature of this request. I would expect this to be barring a significant change in the CTE program, but the program that we understand now with the 3 academies, health, engineering, and construction, that this would be the largest school ask in the district, both at the middle and high school levels.
Okay. That's all I have. I'd like to hear from the rest of the public, so thank you very much.
Mr. Trombley.
I appreciate your focus on the career technical education. I think it's very important. A couple of questions I had was, I share Mr. Starr's concern about setting the precedent that if it's at West, it's got to be at every single school. Has the option been looked at of saying, let's assume there's 50,000 students. Do you know the percentage of students that are interested in career technical education? And based on that percentage, would it be more economical instead of applying this to every single school of just busing kids to the new facility at West High? Has that been looked at as an option?
One of the things we've found that the lack of capacity to offer CTE is why our enrollment was down considerably. However, since we've added the 3rd shift at the King Career Center and the comprehensive high schools and middle schools especially have added classes at their schools, both during the school day and after school, the numbers of students taking these classes has increased. And we believe that eventually, and I know Mr. Pandolfino at King Career Center is very interested in working with his advisory committees to really look at the entire King Career Center program to see if that could become another model. And it's nothing that we're going to change overnight, but it's that the thinking is maybe that's a facility where maybe they could do more like the Matsu does with their high school. That's a career and technical high school. But that hasn't been determined yet, and it might be mixed. We think the West Romig student population will use their facility during the day and fill it up to capacity between the 2 sets. And we think in the evening, then certainly community use would be able to benefit from that.
Okay, and I have one other question, not in regards to CTE. On the bond recommendation, there's a couple that I see where it shows that Gladyswood Elementary School restroom upgrades, where it says that the restrooms are 27 years old and were last renovated in 1984, but it doesn't say that they're not functioning. I see the same at Mount Iliamna, and on a different section at Hanchu, it says that the system, this is for the boiler system, it says the system components are still functioning and repairable. And I'm just curious, and again, we're looking at making sure the public understands what's in the package and giving us best shot to get passed by the public. I'm just a little bit confused on how, if it's repairable and you can find parts, why is it on there to be replaced? And if it's just an upgrade but still functioning, why are we paying to upgrade it if it's still functioning?
I'll start with the boiler project. That's a boiler system that's it's getting close to 30 years old, so it's at or close to the end of its anticipated useful life. Although it is repairable in the near term, that is not sustainable for more than a few more years. The manufacturer's out of business, and although we're able to repair and to a certain degree fabricate some of the parts we need for that, and there's a couple of other similar boilers, these 86 series boilers that you'll see this year and in future years, we'll recommend replacement of those as well. So we don't expect it to fail in the next 12 months catastrophically, but it does take an inordinate amount of our maintenance expense, and it is going to fail shortly, if not in the next 12 months. In terms of the bathrooms, Mount Iliana, is a little different situation. That's a program for special needs kids K through 3rd or 4th grade, I believe. So it has some very specialized needs regarding bathroom facilities. Gladys Wood is a traditional elementary school. Its facilities are older, and again, we're trying to address the most critical needs in the buildings that have the greatest facility-related challenges, and Gladys Wood is one of those. We recommended this project be added to this bond for 2 reasons. One, the bathrooms need to be upgraded. They have functionality issues as well as maintenance issues. And 2, if Gladys Wood is one of the programs, one of the facilities that will probably at least be considered for a major renewal or reconstruction. We're not making that recommendation at this time, but that'll be considered. And this project would survive that improvement if there was a major project at some point in the future.
So the Mount Iliamna for special needs kids, is that sort of bringing it up to code with the Americans with Disability Act sort of situation?
It's probably beyond ADA. These are very specialized educational requirements for some kids with some profound challenges, both physical and behavioral.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm going to suggest that my guess is you'll be around, and we could maybe hear folks and then ask you some more questions. But Ms. Drummond has a quick one.
Yeah, just
Very
quickly.
first.
Just in referral to what some of my colleagues said previously, military families with kids actually ask to be posted to JBEAR because of the terrific education they get through the Anchorage School District. We have a worldwide reputation among the military families, particularly special education services. So I would say that because the school district does such a good job, we are getting more students with higher needs. I'd be interested in compiling that data sometime and see if it's different from other military towns. And even if the $13 million or so remains on the bond issue through tonight's process for the West Romig construction, the bonds won't be issued until the construction actually begins. So if potentially it remains as a single package and is approved by the voters, you will sell the bonds just for the design portion and not do the construction portion until when you're ready to begin construction next year sometime.
Correct.
Okay. And I really appreciate the data-driven facilities condition index, which in combination with the ed specs drives the decision-making. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to ask if you wouldn't mind letting folks from Girdwood maybe get to the front of the line, because the roads aren't real great, and we have sympathy for people who have to drive a long way. So, go ahead. Is your mic on, sir? We can't hear you.
There we go.
All right.
Anyway, what I was saying is I'm going to step ahead of the Girdwood folks just for a moment because I'm co-chair of the CIAC, and I wanted to give you a little background on what it is that we did. We're a community advisory group. We're all volunteers. Some of us are from the prior group, the CRAC. We actually sat down with the school board in August, and we had some concerns with where and how we put together these bond packages in the past. We felt it was more want-driven as opposed to need-driven, and it was our suggestion that we actually base our bonds on survey of facilities to make sure that what it is we were asking the voters to support was something that we could honestly look in their eye and say, yeah, this is a need. I was pleased that we had actually been quite a ways in that process of evaluating facilities. So when we as a group, there were 13 of us, sat down and started evaluating all of the facilities. There are a number of schools that were on the prior CIP, such as Inlet View, that were set for possible complete renovation and renewal. And instead what we did is we took a look at the facilities and said, what components of some of these schools can we upgrade and extend that overall life of that school without having to replace it? And so that's kind of how we came together with this original bond proposal. It was $45 million, but the last item cut was the 13. We really wanted to get that West High CT&E in there, and I was pleased to see that the board stepped in and actually added it back in. but there was support within the entire membership of the advisory committee to add the entire amount that's presented to you tonight.
You didn't give your name, sir.
I'm sorry, Steve Pfeiffer.
P-I-F-E-R.
F-E-R.
All right,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you.
Girdwood folks? I need your name first and spell it.
Okay, my name is Chris Malika. It's Chris with a K, R-I-S. Last name is Malika, M-A-L-E-C-H-A.
Go ahead.
Thanks for letting the Girdwood folks go first. We do have a long drive home. We appreciate that. Thanks for letting us come tonight and speak to you on behalf of the bond package, and in particular on behalf of the Girdwood School Renewal Project. Many of you know, have probably heard from me and others from Girdwood before, that our school has already been into the design phase for this project. So we do have a design for a school. It's a modest design, and it's already been funded by approved bond packages by the taxpayers of our municipality once already. So we already have that support behind us going forward, and at this point it's important to move forward into construction and get those bid documents done so the design and the estimates remain relevant. I'm really afraid that if we wait any longer and we're not on this bond package and it doesn't move forward, we're going to find ourselves too far behind the process and have to back up and start again, and I think that's really not in anybody's interest. And our school renewal project, others are going to speak on behalf of the specifics in terms of the ed specs and the size of the classrooms and the variety of things that we need to have happen in our school. But it is a modest renewal. It involves using the majority of the existing building, and it's not a beautification project. It's meant to make sure that our students in Girdwood K-8 school are educated equally with the rest of the school district students in the same grades. And so I appreciate your support. Thanks for having us tonight.
Go ahead.
My name is Claire Powell, and I am
I hate to do, spell it, please.
C-L-A-I-R-E, Powell, P-O-W-E-L-L.
Thanks.
So my name is Claire Powell. I'm a speech-language pathologist with the Anchorage School District, and I work at the Girdwood K-8 school, and I'm also a member of the Girdwood community. I'd like to take a few moments to make two recommendations for the April 2012 bonds. First of all, the inclusion of the design money for the Girdwood School renewal within the bond package, as Chris just spoke about. And secondly, the importance of maintaining the bond projects as one cohesive unit, as opposed to splitting them into separate bonds. I'd like to run through a few numbers with the Assembly and with the meeting attendance. Although I'm sure you're aware that we in Girdwood need a renewed school, please allow me to remind you of some of the specifics. The Girdwood School was built in 1981 with an addition added in 1985. Currently, our school is at 108% of capacity. To appropriately serve this growing population of students, we need a more functional school environment. To delineate each area of need would take significantly more time than I have been allotted, but please allow me to brush over some of the more glaring deficits. Our first grade classroom has approximately half the standard square footage for first grade classrooms in the district. Our other primary classrooms average less than 2/3 of the required space. We have no conference room, no room for specialists such as myself, occupational therapist, physical therapist, or school psychologist. The building itself has an outdated electrical distribution system. Our lockers are falling apart, and the design of the front door and office area does not allow for appropriate security of our students. If you've been at an Assembly meeting addressing the Girdwood School renewal issue before, these are not new facts. However, I would like to take a moment to provide some insight into how exactly this lack of space and inadequate teaching environment translates to the delivery of services for students. I would like to tell you about my office. As the speech therapist for the Girdwood School, my office is the staff workroom. My desk, which is actually a child-sized student desk and not really a desk at all, sits next to the laminator and the teacher mailboxes. My office sits in the same room which the laminator, the die cuts, the construction paper, paper cutters, and all extra office supplies are kept. Also in my office are the computer carts, which hold our mobile computer labs because we do not have the space for real ones. Every day, as I see children for speech therapy, I am interrupted, constantly. Not because the teachers are not respectful, and not because the staff doesn't try to accommodate my needs, but because there is simply not enough space. Teachers need their workroom to create learning materials, but because there is nowhere else for me to work, that's the situation we have. I spend my days at work redirecting children's attention, following countless interruptions for computers, laminator use, paper cutting. Imagine trying to teach a student how to say a good R when you're interrupted 3 times in 30 minutes. This is a terrible service delivery model that could be rectified if we had a new building.
Thank you. Mr. Trombley, you had a question?
I do. I have one question, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
No worries. I got an email from someone in Girdwood, and they were actually opposed to the upgrade of the school. And again, it's an email, so they could be from anywhere. But I just wanted to ask, and one of the things that they recommended was, is it correct that 7th and 8th grade is out in Girdwood?
I'm sorry, is it correct?
Is the 7th and 8th grade, is I guess 1st through 8th, is that in the same building?
Yes, it's all in the same school,
Okay.
K through 8, not just 1st through 8.
I'm sorry, K through 8.
Kindergarten through 8th graders, one school.
Okay, one of the recommendations that this individual had was to say bus the 7th and 8th graders to Golden View. Would that provide enough room for you, or is that, in your opinion, you work there, is that not an option?
That's something I'd have to defer to my principal on.
Would that give you a lot more room if that were the case?
From what I see, that wouldn't be an appropriate solution.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Please, go ahead.
My name is Molly Hickox, Hickox. Thanks for your time tonight. I'm a 4th and 5th grade teacher at the school, and I also have 2 children who are Girdwood School students. You've heard from others here tonight and then in the past about the lack of adequate space at our school. Our classrooms are undersized, we are over capacity, and our middle school students don't have the science lab and PE facilities that other middle school students in the district enjoy. We have specialists working in storage closets, students being tested in the staff lounge, and every conceivable space being used throughout the day to meet our students' needs. Rather than go over more examples of how crowded our school is, I would like to focus on our community's geographical disadvantage within the municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage School District. And again, I'd like to thank Ms. Osiander for giving us a geographic advantage tonight. Girdwood voters have historically supported school bonds even when we know that there aren't any Girdwood projects on the bond. Just last spring, we supported the bond for career and technical education money for middle and high school students, even though not a single dollar of that bond would come to our middle schoolers, since we're not technically considered a middle school by the district. We understand that we must support education across the entire school district, and by doing that, we hope that when our project comes up on the bond, others across the municipality will do the same for us. Over the past 5 years, Girdwood voters have passed all 12 school bonds that have been put on the ballot. And of those 12 school bonds, 10 of them were passed with over 60% support from our community. Despite our community's commitment to education, our population is simply too small to pass a single-issue bond on our own. I strongly encourage you to place this bond before the voters as one package and not 2 or more bonds dividing our interests. I'm familiar with the argument about splitting bonds into smaller chunks so the voters do not have to support items they feel don't affect them or their immediate school area. However, I want to reflect on the will of the school board and the CIAC committee and their publicly stated commitment to bond unification. I'm aware of the school board meeting when the issue was discussed, and the school board members stated that they would support the school bond recommendation to the assembly, not as 2 or 3 separate packages, but as a unified whole. This is a critical understanding because it is what garnered enough support to get the West Romig CTE money on the bond at that meeting. Many of us clearly understand that we must support each other in order to get to the greater good. In this case, keeping the ASD school bond as one does exactly that. Our district is too large and many of our neighborhoods too small to go it alone, and because of this we recognize the need to give in order to receive. In Girdwood, we have given our support and time to other school district bonds, knowing that this is our obligation as part of the Anchorage School District. I urge the Assembly to approve the school district bonds as a single package so that our community can finally receive a return on the investments we have made. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else like to testify?
My name is Linda Kellen Beagle. As a parent of a daughter who currently attends Hanshoe and who will be attending Service High School next year, I speak on behalf of these school bonds. Service High is a Priority 1 school regarding maintenance and expansion for a good reason, and I encourage this Assembly to take a tour of the school and see how it's falling apart in front of our eyes. You don't even need to go inside. It can be seen from the parking lot, as there is a section on the top floor under which cars must drive that looks like it's going to fall off any day now. No matter how much talk radio muddies the facts, especially for those who don't have children in the school system, Service High will continue to be priority one until it gets fixed. I suppose we could forego the bond and use the money plus much more for the future lawsuit if there wasn't a risk that someone's child might be seriously hurt or killed. I also speak in support of the career technical vocational education portion for West High. As someone who worked in the construction engineering world for 20 years, including on the slope, Alaska is one state whose job market has an abundance of technical jobs. However, the oil companies, and I've seen this firsthand, claim the reason they must hire the majority of their positions from out of state is because Alaska supposedly does not have a trained workforce. For that reason, and because the administration is calling for high-quality education for Anchorage's children, West High should be brought up to speed with other schools in their technical training needs. And I wanted to address something Mr. Trombley said. Since when do you start a 5-month financial process when something is already irreparable and probably sitting broken, rather than before it actually has, when it's actually on the verge of, or can be, still can be fixed? My daughter goes to Hanshu, and if we wait until the boiler can't be fixed, we then start the financial process, so it's sitting there broken for 5 months? I mean, I guess that didn't make any sense to me. And to mention something about Girdwood, my daughter's an 8th grader, and inevitably every year between Girdwood and Anchorage there's an avalanche, at least one. And we already have to deal with that with their high school kids coming back and forth. If they might get stuck in Anchorage during the year, it would be really hard on me to even think about being a parent and that my 7th or 8th grader would be stuck here in Anchorage. I mean, there are reality of the traveling back and forth between Anchorage and Girdwood. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lois Udeflesh, UIT, Lois is Lois, UIT, DEFLESCH. I am glad that the West High School economic class is here. I have some fun math stuff, which actually blew me away when I looked at the website for the school district. I looked at the website that said, I believe it was $84 million for the annual requirements for it. The number of students that we have are 78,000 students. When you look at a decent-sized classroom of 30 students, which was totally adequate when I was in school, if children are listening, or even if they're not listening, then maybe they need to not be there. And for a classroom of 30, that was not considered to be a hardship for people. At 30 people, that comes out to, for the 78,000 students, $500,000 per classroom. That means if the teacher is paid $100,000, which may not be too far off when you consider the wages, plus the medical, the retirement medical, union fees, that may not be that far off. I'm not saying it's exactly that, but I'm just saying, as I realize they have different wages, but that those monies count up. Then that equals, for each grade school, each high school classroom, we have $400,000 for those children, not counting the teacher's cost. That is not what we don't even provide things, and we should, for children such as the grade schoolers. They were required to bring scissors, glue, paper. Well, paper I can understand, but some of those other things that are classroom supplies, we have $400,000 per classroom. This does not count the facilities, the building that they are in, at least as far as for what I was understanding, which is through bonds. Another point for this thing that we're discussing right now, why do we have $1.3 million for design for a building when $40,000 would pay one person for several months' worth of concentrated work on it? We overplan, we oversupply for design. Some person over here said, how much are we paying here? I'm assuming that we're talking about $180 per square foot, roughly. Well, I did the math, and at the amount of space they're talking about, which was approximate, for the $14.6 million, that comes out to $450 per square foot. considering that a few years ago a house was considered to be at approximately $90 a square foot, that is astounding. It should be, I believe it's $180 for commercial square foot spaces. With our schools, why do we repair? Why don't we repair and upgrade rather than build new? Thank you.
Just a minute, ma'am. Harriet Drummond has a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for coming. Having served 9 years on the Anchorage School Board, but ending in 2003, I have some older statistics for you. People used to ask me all the time, why did it cost $300 a square foot to build schools? And that was in those days. And I challenge you to take 25 to 30 kids, a teacher, some aides, trooping in and out of 1,000 square feet or less of your house day in and day out for 180 days a year, and see if your $90 a square foot house holds up. Schools take much tougher use than homes do and cannot be built to the same standards as a home is. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
I don't think you guys have a problem with taking care of buildings. That's not an issue, in my opinion.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, I'm John Bulko, last name spelled B-U-L-K-O-W, and I'm on the Service High School PTSA and also on the CIAC. Obviously, I'd like to encourage all of you to support the bond. I think Service High School is a very good example of how we went very bare bones on the bond package this year. The only thing we're asking, whereas the last go round, we were asking for a complete remodel of the school. This time we were only asking for the $9 million to get the $21 million matching grant from the state. There will be no new square footage added under that project. It'll all be based on the core area of the school. As far as it's a 40-year-old facility, and it still has the original boiler in it. The hot water heater in it is one that we salvaged from the old Clark Middle School. So, which I think actually speaks pretty well to, there has been a fair amount of talk that somehow the district is not doing proper maintenance or something. There's no way you can get a boiler, I'm an engineer, there's no way that you can get a boiler to last for 40 years without doing very good maintenance on it. As far as the packaging goes, I very much hope you all will support keeping it all as one package. Splitting it out into little pieces is essentially sacrificing some portions, that it makes it to where you're trying to support one part of certain projects that you like and sacrificing the others. These are all critical projects at this point. Because of the bonds that have failed and the bond holidays that we have had, it has been a long time since we've had some of the maintenance projects done, the building life extension projects. And I very much hope you keep them all together. On the topic of the building life extension projects, I know I have written to my legislators and the governor, encouraging them to change the process to where we don't have to go to bonding for those. And I hope this body is doing all it can to encourage them to do the same.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Drummond has a question for you.
Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Bulko. You'll save me a little research. How many students are served at Service these days?
We're a little under 2,000. It's like 1,900.
Okay. Are you aware of the history when Service Handshoe was a single operation, and how many students they had at their height, and about what year that was? I'm just looking at. I think I see Carol jumping up and down over there if she remembers. It was a lot of students, and it was a great strain on that building, to my understanding, before Handshoe was built separately in a different location. So it's not just, what was it, 48 years? did you say?
40 years.
It's 40 years old. So it's 40 years plus whatever number of years when you had an extra 1,000 middle school kids going to school there. That just, increased the wear and tear by, I'm sure, a certain number of years that is not accounted for in the actual age of the school.
Yes, I think just the fact that you can look at the service served, what is now Service, Hanshu, and South was essentially all served by Service. So that facility saw some hard use.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. I'm Sven Gustafson. That's SVEN-GUSTAFSON. I'm the principal of Romig Middle School, and I'm here to talk in support of the bond package, but mostly to talk about the need for the additional CTE space at West and Romig Middle School. West and Romig Middle Schools are one of the most diverse populations in this city. We have students from the highest socioeconomic areas of town to the lowest socioeconomic areas of town. Currently at my school, we have 22 kids who are in the homeless program. It's my job to make sure that we are providing a program for every one of our students. And through the work that West High and the Romig community has done, we have been working for the past 6 years in developing a plan for instruction and programs for our future. Currently, we're working on 9 near-term initiatives that don't require construction monies that we developed during our instructional plan work over the last 6 years. Many of the outcomes from our planning had to do with career and technical education. At Romig, we are currently running business education programs, family and consumer science programs, and a very sparse applied technology program. The 2 applied technology classes that I have are completely jam-packed full with waiting lists. It's provided in a makeshift classroom that is very inadequate. It has inadequate air quality. The size of the space is very inadequate, and the relevancy of careers is hampered due to the inability to teach the certain curriculum that we need to teach. We have developed some after-school programs through the academy programs that Carol was talking about earlier that feed right into West High. We currently run some health education courses after school. We run a construction course after school in West's inadequate space. And we are looking for more and more ways, especially in the IT areas, to add in so that they flow right into West High. So as the Romig principal, I really do ask that you support this bond package. I ask that you keep the money for the construction in the bond, and I ask that you help support this community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Rick Stone. I'm the principal at West Anchorage High School. My name is much easier than my counterpart here. I do say West Anchorage High School with pride. We are the original high school. That's why we wear the A on our letterman's jacket, not the W. We take great pride in that. Our school, I believe, opened in 1953, and parts of that building is still there. So if we're looking at a 50-year renewal project, you can do the math from 1953. We're quite old. Part of our facilities are in terrible shape. We do what's best for our kids and provide the best services we can. I do want to stay here to support and talk to you regarding the CT&E space for both West and Romig. As you've heard from Mr. Gustafson, West has been working closely with our feeder programs, both at Romig and at Central Middle School. We are the last of the high school, middle school that are joined together. So Sven and I used to teach at Central together, and now we are joining principalships at both buildings that are the last, joining high school and middle school. We have done a lot to work together to tear down those boundaries between a middle school and a high school. We're looking at more K-12 education, challenging kids at the level in which they need and provide the opportunities that they need and deserve. Additional space at CT&E for West High School will allow West, by the way, which is projected to be the most overcrowded high school in the city. Currently, it is the most overcrowded high school in the city, and our projections are continuing to increase enrollment. I believe our capacity is right at 1,600, and we have 1,900 students, and we continue to have wait lists for students to come to West for our academics. So I'm very proud of the fact that our academics are striving and our graduation rate is continuing to grow and our dropout rate is decreasing, but our facilities are definitely hampering some of the opportunities that we have to our kids. You did look at, and I do appreciate the individual assessment of school facilities and the needs. West ranks as the highest in need high school in the city right now. So we're not only the most overcrowded, we're the oldest, and we rank as the highest in need. What that does to our students and staff, our staff currently right now are on carts. We have 13, I call it the little village out back, 13 relocatables. Our teachers are very few are able to have their classroom during their prep period. My teacher workroom is now my Honors 10 English classroom. Mr. Henry, my executive director, I absolutely appreciate his support. He's willing to give me additional teachers to lower my class sizes, which are sometimes 35 or more in traditional core classes. I don't have places to put them. I don't have a classroom to put them. We're looking at our CT&E opportunities. They're limited based on our facilities that we have. We are offering after-school classes. We started them this year, and they filled instantly.
Mr. Stone, we do have a number of questions for you, if you don't mind. Could we?
Sure. Can I finish real quick?
Real quick.
All right. I do want to make sure, though, that you understand the needs for West Romig, but I also want you to understand that West and Romig support absolutely service, Girdwood, and all the rest of the bond package as one unified bond package. And I do want to give the opportunity, I appreciate the students that are here today, if they could all stand in support of the Anchorage School District bond, please.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Drummond, do you want to ask a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming tonight. Thank you for repeating the capacity of West High School. I didn't realize it was as small as 1,600. What's the capacity, the design capacity at Romig these days?
I believe we're right at around 800, but we have 760 students, and I still have to have 3 relocatables. So
you're right, because of the program requirements.
Because of all the programs we have there, we're at that point too.
So you have 3 relocatables, and Mr. Stone has 13. So you have the equivalent of an elementary school in Relos sitting on your campus.
Correct.
Which is about half the size of what it needs to be if you were 2 separate schools with the appropriate acreage that a new middle school and a new high school requires. Would you say you operate your buildings jointly in some respects, programmatically?
I would say that we have been moving to that in the past 5 years. We share a lot of staff now. We share facility too with some of the classrooms as well as the library.
So there's a benefit to being conjoined, so to speak.
There's some benefit, and then there's some problems that come along with that.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your letting that student put the pie in your face last year during the cake. The cake. I forget what that fundraiser was called, but it was terrific.
Okay, I'm really going to try to get everybody heard tonight. So, Mr. Starr.
Try not to badger the witness, as they say, but just wanted to correct you a little bit. The FCI, or the FCI, the Facilities Condition Index, it has 23 schools ahead of West in terms of physical condition. 32 schools are ahead of Romig. So you can understand where I'm coming from when I analyze the data in front of me. And Service is in front of you on that. So when you say you're sort of the worst conditioned high school, Service makes the list ahead of you from the list that we're seeing. Do you have reason to debate that? I mean, your comments weren't there, and I'm not putting you on the spot, but understand I am.
Well, no, I was looking at the high schools, not necessarily the elementary schools and middle schools, looking based on the high schools currently. And I know that Service is also on this bond. That's why I encourage both West and Service and Girdwood all to be on one bond together.
Okay, well, I appreciate your statements and your interest to come down here and petition for more space and better space. It's a tough challenge we have. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
Actually, I had the same question as Mr. Starr, and I've heard this said that West is, what were terms you used, in the worst shape, or what term?
Well, in my opinion.
Oh, no, but no, as far as.
I was referring to the document that Mr. Starr was just referring to.
So
as far as the individual assessment.
You're referring to this, and actually, the indexes, the facility condition index, and I just, only reason because I've had a lot of emails that have had that said, and the service has a facility condition index at 0.35, and King Career Center is 0.26, and then West is the next high school facility at 0.25. And so so as far as high schools, and you're right there with, actually no, your East is much better. But I just want to be careful with that, unless you have some other way of some other source of information. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, on that point.
Okay, Ms. Drummond again.
Page 5 of our document, it says in the middle of the page, the FCI cannot be used as the sole determinant of capital project prioritization. Other factors such as educational functionality and attendance projections must be included as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to urge us all to maybe hold debate till after we hear all the testimony. It would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Brooke Marston, BROOKEMARSTON, and I attended Romig and am currently a senior at West Anchorage High School. I also am the student committee head on West Parent Teacher Student Association. I'm here today to urge you to pass the 2012 school bond as proposed by the Anchorage School District. Anchorage needs to make education one of its highest priorities. A single bond that represents a need across the district is an opportunity for Anchorage to come together. Please do not break the bond into separate issues. It will play schools against each other and in the past has made bonds fail. I urge you to retain the bonding for a new career technology education facility at West and Romig. Unlike other high schools, West will not receive federal, state, or local career technology funding because we do not have the facilities to deliver classes. West has been, is, and is projected to be the most crowded school in the district. Like Mr. Stone said, not only is West at 110% capacity, the building is 50 years old and is in disrepair. For example, my English classroom has a hole in the ceiling. The math hall has inadequate heating and requires students to wear jackets during class. Please include design and construction funding so West and Romig students, like other students in the district, can take career technology classes. Thank you for your support of education.
Hello, my name is Ivan Echeverry, IVANECHEVERRI, and I'm the student representative for the Anchorage School District, as well as a senior at West Anchorage High School. I guess the best place to start for me would be to say that West is a school that has opportunities for almost every field, but it lacks a lot. It is an old school, and its problems are vast, especially right now. As Brooke mentioned, there's just parts of the building that are falling apart, and as far as education goes, I think that we do have some excellent teachers, but many of the people in this room were actually at the Mayor's Educational Summit with me recently, and I think we could all agree that investing into the education system is not only important, but it is something that pays off in the long run, and doing this is an excellent thing. Something that came up at the Mayor's Educational Summit was also that, there are different types of fields of work, and the fact that we want to do this, do the whole career and technical education thing is just awesome. It's great for a community. It could help with what was previously mentioned as the oil industry here, and I am in full support of it. Thank you, guys.
I think it's impressive that all the students are here. It's a big testimony for your school. Ms. Drummond, you had a question? Oh, okay, I still had you in queue. Thank you very much. I do want to share with people that at this point, we're not going to be, we know we're not going to be having another bond because nothing else was introduced. The only thing that we can vote on is what's introduced and on the agenda. So if that helps you.
Thank you, Chairman and Assembly members. I'm Blythe Marston. I'm a lifetime Alaskan. I went through Turnagain, Romig, and West, and so I'm a product of the Anchorage School District. I'm also a parent, a West High graduate, and a graduating senior. The first thing I want to do is take sort of credit for the mistake or the language that says the worst high school. I want to make an explanation. If you note, there are some asterisks on that form. One is at Service and one is at Girdwood. And those were done internally by the district and not by the independent third party. And so there was a misunderstanding at West High, so I wanted to clarify that. And certainly, by all means, West High, and I believe that both Service and Girdwood are most deserving. Turning to tonight, you've all received probably quite lengthy email from me, or several, and you know that I support the bond, and I'm here to ask you to approve it as proposed, unchanged. Tonight, however, I'll address 3 points. First, Anchorage simply cannot afford to have students not graduating, and furthermore, graduating without the applicable employability skills that will allow them to be productive members of our community. When you consider the costs of unemployment, lost revenue, and the costs of incarceration, investing in education is relatively minor. Please do not hesitate to support education tonight, particularly after the district has already completed a public, district-wide, disciplined approach to determining what the district's most pressing needs are. Second, funding for CT&E space at West Romick is one of those pressing needs. Few know that although West High has the highest number of National Merit Scholars, it has an excellent IB program, School Through the Arts, and language immersion programs, but it also has one of the lowest graduation rates of the normal high schools in the city. Over 22 different languages are spoken on its campus. Many students receive federal aid, and on any given day, in addition to the 22 homeless that are at Romick, there are 100 at West. Further, West is the oldest high school in the district, has received little capital improvement, and has whole sections that have outlived their useful life. Further, it has been and is projected to be the most crowded in the district. It's a building built over 50 years ago, designed for 1,600 students. Over 1,900 are now attending. The disheartening part is that despite the recent state and municipal spending funding for capital improvement in career technology, West and Romick have received virtually none and will not receive any in the future. And that is because the existing facility we have is not worth making improvements. The master plan that we completed envisioned that we needed a standalone CT&E facility, and that is what's before you tonight. Like Girdwood, we simply don't have the space. And like Service, the facility is, in some cases, beyond its useful life. The district has spent the last 6 years studying what to do. It's produced a master plan. You asked, I believe, one of the assemblymen, sorry, if I could just finish, if we have a plan. West Romick has the only CT&E plan that has been approved by the district. I ask you to please support the bond as proposed. Thank you.
Have a question from
Yes.
Mr. Starr.
You just briefly touched on what I call the master plan,
Right.
which was out there at some $200 million in various phases. Where are we at with that? I haven't seen it other than reaching out to try to get it. Are you still on track for that?
We are still on track. I would like to take a moment because there's some real misconceptions about the master plan. We took a process where we went to the grassroots, to the community, and said, how should education be in our community? And we did exactly what the mayor has done in his educational summit, but we did it at West Romick. We produced a master plan that was presented with the help of national experts. It was presented to the school board. It has been approved. There are two portions to it. One is programming, and one is facilities. We have charged dead ahead on programming, and we are moving as fast as we can to put in place all of the programs that can be done in the existing facility. We are hamstrung in certain places by our facility. The most critical place that is true is in CT&E. We simply cannot receive funding and cannot offer classes for CT&E. So that's why that's before you tonight.
Your answer to the same question I put to Mr. Abbott is that it seems as if, which we do as this body, approve the CIP listing, and the CIP for the upgrades that you just referenced on the facility for CT&E are program tracked and the documents have been approved for a year and a half out, or 2012-13. They speak to design monies only in 2011 or 12. Why should we push the approved plan up by a full year on the construction request?
Number one, because there is funding that can go to students to receive CT&E training right now.
From where?
From the municipality, from the state, and from the federal government. West High, all these years, all the CT&E money that's in this district, we have seen almost none of it. I think we've received a $90,000 garage door. That's it, and that's because we cannot take the money to create the facility to offer the
And
classes.
Ms. Ostrander said not to debate. I just wanted to hear your perspective on that because, from this perspective, we allocated an over-appropriation from the state just, several months ago, $13.5 million for sort of CT&E distribution across that. And so,
And we received none of it.
And I'm after sort of that master plan concept. And so, we'll talk perhaps a little bit more offline on how that integrates in there with that. But I don't want to go down the $200 million road yet.
We don't either.
So, thank you.
And I would like to respond to the $200 million number. I believe that's a faulty number, and I think that when you sit down and actually give a hard look at what is going forward, I suspect that that number will be drastically reduced. We just have not had that conversation.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Kubitz.
Hello. Thank you. KUBITZ.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you count my 3 children who graduated from the school district, my current one who's there, and the 7 years I spent at the school district, I have 57 Anchorage School District years under my belt, as a parent, obviously, and as a student. I've spent last couple of years on the CRAC committee trying to help get bonds passed. I worked last year on the School Bonds Yes program where we tried to get service passed, and very, very disappointingly that didn't happen. I'm really happy that the school district has finished its facility condition index because now we have a piece of real data to show exactly where these schools are. I happen to work for a corporation, and I'm in charge of all the real estate and facilities for that corporation. And we have about a $40 million capital budget every year. I can't believe, frankly, how far we are behind after I see that facilities condition index in keeping our buildings up. I'm not talking about one specific school tonight. I'm talking about the big picture. I'm at the 50,000-foot level. If my parents were still alive, and 40, 50 years ago when they voted to build all these schools, and they knew that we weren't going to maintain them and keep them up and keep them energy efficient and keep them operable, I think they I don't know what they would have done. But we have a legacy of buildings in this school district, and we have to keep these buildings going. It's either that or replace them. And matter of fact, when I graduated from high school here, there was a brand new high school built, and it's already been torn down and replaced since I graduated from the oldest high school in Anchorage. We don't want to do that. We need to maintain these buildings. So let's take the data that the advisory commission has come up with, and support what the school district did, and support this bond. When I sat at those seats, it was politically correct to do one thing: always pass exactly what the school district recommended to you, because if it failed, you could blame them, and of course if it passes, you could take all the credit for it. So let's keep the bond the way it is, and let's do it that way. And we need to have more of these bonds, because you really need to go out and look at some of these schools. I've spent some time on it. I plan on working on school bonds again this year to try to get this passed. We are way behind.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, Tam.
Good evening, Tam Agosti Giesler, AGOSTI-GISLER, ASD past student, ASD former teacher, ASD parent, and current school business partnership director. 3 points, short points I want to make. The Mayor's Educational Summit, I heard loud and clear that people said we need to bring more of the community into the schools in order to make the improvements in education that everybody's talking about. This is an opportunity with this bond to let people put their money where their mouths are, and if they truly are supportive of schools and want us to move forward, then we can galvanize together and make education a top priority. Secondly, by retaining funds to construct dedicated career technology space at Western Romick, you will pull in an entire sector of voters who will support the 2012 school bond. After 6 years of planning, and of course I worked on the West Romick master plan, including yet more design time, will simply not have that effect. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, I believe that the district and the assembly have unwittingly in the past pitted one geographic part of Anchorage against another to the point where bonds have not passed because citizens no longer think of the needs of the community as a whole, and instead worry only about improvements in their neighborhood, and as a result have a skewed view of the city's needs as a whole. Make this bond opportunity a time for people of Anchorage to come together to support education. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Richard Braun. Most of the institutional people are done, so now Citizen comes up. 59 million, here we go again. We're going to throw millions at the wall and see what sticks in hopes the graduation rate gets better, the dropout rate gets better, whatever gets better. We've got a career tech program going. Well, we've had, how many schools had career tech rooms built into them, torn out of them, replaced by something else, and now we're going to start over again. This seems like an ad hoc little program starting up because it's a nice buzz phrase, like the lady said. People are going to vote for it because they think it might be good. It's ad hoc. It's not very coherent. You got it right, Mr. Starr. This isn't well thought out yet. This is a grab for the dollars. This bond issue needs to be split. I know it's only going to be proposed as one, but it needs to be split. We've had too much of this, well, I like the car, but I really don't like the undercoating added, but I got to buy it anyway because you put everything in one big lump. Well, the reason there's $239 million in 5 years was retired and not much passed then wasn't because the school district's choice. It was more of the vote totals came out against them. I'm going to be one saying no. This should be split out so we can get what we want and not just everything they think they need. Why more bonds for maintenance? I brought it up before. Let's fix the buildings as we go. Let's not have to do bonds to fix something. O&M budget means operation and maintenance. Let's put the M in there. Seems the goal of is to maintain a maximum level of bondage in the school district. If we retire something, we want it back, maybe a little more. It's like somebody living on a credit card that's maxed out month after month after month after month, and they wonder why they don't have any money, because all of it's going to interest. If we retire some debt, why doesn't that free up some millions of dollars worth of interest over time that we can use for maintenance and use for other programs without having to ask for more? If we just reduce the debt level, it'll free up money automatically. I watched the Educational Summit, 2 days worth. One thing that was dwelled on was not money, as compared to not watered down standards like we've got, not low expectations like what we've got, and not retaining every teacher because they're certified like we are doing. There's areas where we need to work on, not just building more buildings. As far as career tech goes, they got 3 general areas. How about we make sure there's actual jobs for these kids before we have them go into a career tech field and we spend all this money for it? Graduating from King Career Center or graduating from one of these high schools isn't going to get you a job in any of those subjects. You're not certified, you're not getting a job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please come forward.
My name's Connor Peterson, and I'm a sophomore at West High School. My name's spelled Konnorpetersen.
Thank you.
And I am completely in favor of this bond. My English classroom, it's an Honors 10 English classroom, and there's enough room for 20 of the students that are in this class, and there's 30 students. So there's not enough tables for everyone to sit at. So some of us have to sit on the floor, and it's really hard to do work while sitting on the floor. So I would really appreciate it if this bond went through. At West, we also have the IB, AP Honors, and the School Through the Arts program. And there's an increasing number of students who are enrolling in these programs. But there's nothing available for students interested in the CTE program. Those who are interested in it have to go to the King Career Center and take some classes there. It would be a lot better if they had these classes at school because many of these students don't have the ability to go over to King Career Center and take these classes because they have issues with their scheduling. I'm in student government, which is third hour, and we have 6 periods. So that's in the morning, and I have a language class that's in the afternoon. And this language class is only offered in the afternoon because of its level. And KCC, they have morning classes, and then after lunch classes, and then after school classes. I am also heavily involved in after school activities. And for students like me who would like to be in the CTE program, it's really hard for us to get involved because we have something in the morning, something in the afternoon, and something after school that would inhibit us from going to KCC. And so I'm just here to say that I'm completely in favor of this bond. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Don Smith, S-M-I-T-H. I feel like I should have limped up here or something because I started at Anchorage High School as a freshman in 1953 and attended the first 4 full years of school in that facility. I'm on the school board. I'm kind of the guilty party for making the motion to put the West High project on the proposal. I believe it's important, and I would urge you to pass that tonight. I think it's been mentioned, but the match that the state grants the Anchorage School District on most of these projects is 70%. So if you do a little multiplication, this project is $4 million out of the taxpayers' back pocket. I mean, obviously the state's paying for the rest of it. Anchorage High School is quite an old building, and I'm getting to be kind of old too, but I think the kids there deserve to have their career and technical education facility. They're the one school that doesn't have a facility that allows them to take the kind of courses they should be taking. So I would just strongly urge the board to pass this and let the voters decide. If they don't like it, they can vote no, but we're giving them an opportunity to at least say how they feel on these kind of bonds. And these are basic ticket items. I mean, my kids went to Service High School. That's bare minimum, but it's going to give us a large grant. All of the projects in this thing are basic, so I would urge support. Thank you.
You have questions. Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for both your service on the school board currently and then previously on this body as well. And thank you for your insight, having been a graduate at West High and having gone there the entire 4 years for your career, for your education. So it's very helpful to hear your particular interest and scope on this project. I think it's important that what you said, that let the voters decide. So thank you.
I'm celebrating my 55th reunion this year from Anchorage High School.
Mr. Starr has a question for you, Mr. Smith.
Precinct loyalty, but have you seen the draft of the CT&E plan for district-wide?
The plan for district-wide? No, I haven't.
So how do you know that the aspects are right for what?
Well, I know that all the high school and middle school complexes have CT&E facilities except for this one. And I think that this school deserves to have a facility. And it's a overcrowded school. It's a school that has a lot of students that I think are going to benefit highly by having the opportunity to get a career motivation. I think it'll help keep kids in school.
How do we know that? How will we measure that it works?
I can't tell you if there's a measurement. I suspect Carol could give you figures, or one of the members of the administration. I have been told, and everything that I've read in all the periodicals and things, that career and technical education keeps kids in school. It helps keep them there, and we've got a good school system, but I think the community wants career and technical, and I believe that the students want it. And
I guess the question was, how do we know that it's going to work, or if we build it, how do we measure it? And that's always been the issue. It's graduation rates on this side, but I'm interested in
it's coming right straight out of my head and my gut. I just sincerely believe I was instrumental a year ago in getting the career and technical money. You know, it wasn't just me, but got that on the ballot. and I led the motion at the school board.
Why jump over the CIP, the approved 10-year capital plan? You know that plan exists, and we sort of try to keep it in
Well,
mind.
I think if you're talking about the committee's recommendation.
No, I'm talking about the master 10-year investment plan that shows basic needs of the municipality's school system are $84 million. That's what that plan shows. You approved it.
I think people were trying very hard to try to keep under it, and I felt like it was important for us to make a move to add that facility. I'm not ashamed of what I did. I think it was a good.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm trying
No, you're not putting me on the spot, but I truly believe it's a necessary item for the Anchorage School District, and there was strong support for it, and I think you'll see strong support in the community.
I just asked your question of why did you have logic to jump outside the CIP? That's the question. Is for me, where's the justification to say the approved plan, the school district's approved plan, it's okay to say we're going to move all that up a year?
I guess I'm bold and brash. I wanted to see it happen, and I made the motion, and I got support at the table, and it became an item that we're bringing to your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Chris Tower-Zaffron. I am also an alumna of West Anchorage High School, not as venerable as Mr. Smith, however. I urge you also, as many others have, to look at passing this unified bond. The maintenance items, I mean, they're bread and butter things. As my mother was wont to say, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and many of these buildings really need some cure. I worked for this school district for many years. I had I worked at Girdwood for the past 3 years, and I really can attest to in detail about some of the issues with that building. That site is desperately in need of going forward. The community down there is really behind it. The site is small, the classrooms are small, their electrical plant has issues. I really hope that project can go forward. My daughter currently is a student at Service High School. I had a meeting with the principal last week after a power outage and learned that the whole building isn't on the same generator. And so when the power goes off, there are certain parts of the building that don't get power. And that is one of the issues that would be addressed in this bond. It also happens to be where the intensive needs students are situated, which, really could create some problems. So I'm really hoping the service, I know it's been before you folks or before the community before. I'm really hoping that this time it can move forward. It has been pared down from the previous request. As a school psychologist, I'm really excited about the career and technical improvements that the school district has taken over the past few years. And the step at West to bring it at a parity level with some of the other schools and maybe even to take a step forward into excellence. I think that's a wonderful opportunity. There are too many high school kids these days that are not your academic college-bound kids. And whereas we have some wonderful programs for those kids, we desperately need more programs for the kids that I used to deal with, which were your students who were not succeeding in school. So I really see that. I don't know how we can show Assemblyman Starr that is absolutely going to guarantee that we up our graduation rates. There are so many factors that go into those rates. But anything we can do to make school more relevant to the kids and to prepare them better for the life they're going to lead after they leave the Anchorage School District, I'm for that. I really think of it as an investment in our community. Anchorage has had wonderful, excellent schools. I'm a product of that. I'm happy that my daughter's been able to benefit from it. And I think that we can't be fearful of moving forward to maintain that excellence.
Thank you. And if you could spell your last name, we didn't get it.
Z-A-F as in Frank, R-E-N.
Thank you. Anyone else like to testify on school bonds? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Question, which one?
I actually hit the button here. I'd like to move to approve a S1 version.
At this point, I don't have an S1 version.
And I'd like the clerk to hand it out.
Yes, he can. Training says he can't. Well, I've got to see if it's a different title. Okay, we're going to confer to see if the title matches what's been introduced, so give us a second. All right, the title is the same, so it's a valid motion. Ms. Johnston, this was yours, I believe. You want to speak to
Yes.
it? Yes, there was a second. Mr. Starr seconded.
I actually appreciate all of the public testimony that we had tonight, and I appreciate. I've had some very interesting conversations with the West High group, and I've appreciated that. It's helped me sort of think through my thought process. But at the end of the day, I'm concerned, as I've been concerned for the last 4 years, about getting a bond package that passes. And I felt that the school district this year did a fantastic job as far as they approached the bond package. And if you look at the original package before you had the 13.5 million addition for the West CT&E, and the total was $45,912,000. And you'll see that if you look throughout this S1 version, that the $59,77,000 is struck out as far as the total amount, and I've replaced it with $45,912,000. And in that packet, it has needs from all over the municipality, including West. And it has the design for the West CTE. And in my discussions with the school district, it seems to me that having the money in there for the design keeps the time element as far as getting CTE and West. And it would also give us an idea of what the cost should be for next year as far as a bond package for West and a CTE. I do appreciate and support a CTE program at West. I've been very fortunate to work in a partners program in West for a number of years, and I know the culture at West, and it's a very lively and a very strong culture. The students I worked with tended to be the ones that were not graduating, and they were all extremely bright, and they actually did well in West because West does have that vibrant culture, and I think West is an excellent place to get an education. That being said, I want to see a bond package that passes. I've sat here for 4.5 years, and I've seen service on that bond packet. And every year I've said to the school administration, is it going to pass? And I've been told, well, leave it up to the people. And I can't do that completely this time. I want to see one that has been, all of us can really pass the red face test. It's had full research and vetted, I think, an extremely good vetting from the school district this time. And it gives us a platform to go on to next year with another bond package and maybe gain some credibility with the public. And that's what I sorely see needed with the school district and bonding, and that's what I'm looking for. So I've proposed this S1 version. I have a second, and I'd be interested in any debate. Thank you.
Mr. Trainee, you're next.
Madam Chair, I move the S1 version substitute. Sorry, not the S1, but the S version, AO 2011-119S.
Second.
Substitute.
All right, there's a motion to substitute. Debate right now will be limited to the motion to substitute. Mr. Starr, you want to speak to that?
No.
No? All right. Mr. Birch, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I'll speak against substitution. I think what we've got, we started with the S1 there, I think is a reasonable response, and I think it's the memo that we received from the school board indicates that the final package at nearly $60 million is $4 million over the district's planned debt retirement for the current year. So I think Ms. Johnson's on the mark there. I think we need to have a proposal that passes muster of the voters, and I think it's got to help. It's going to be helped along here with the support of the advisory committee and the community if it's a more conservative number. I speak against the substitute.
Okay. Mr. Honeman on substitution.
I think we've heard enough testimony from the school, student government folks here, from folks all across the board to let the voters decide. I think they're far more learned than most people will give them credit for, and I think the CIAC, I heard them, the representative, come up and talk about how they were actually in agreement as almost as a unanimous body there to the added CTE project, and they were not in disagreement and did not write a letter opposing it. So I think it's a very good amendment and good substitution. Thank you, Mr. Trainey.
Mr. Holland, substitution.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will speak in support of it, but I'm going to have to reminisce just a bit here. This has been the most gratifying evening that I've had in 20 years, because 20 years ago, I started by testifying in front of the school board about career technology, CT&E, and I just wish that Dick Cattenall was here this evening to be able to enjoy it with me, because we've been leaning against this elephant for so long. It's absolutely unbelievable. And to finally hear everybody speaking with a united voice about the value of this, because I can tell you that as recent as 4 years ago, this wasn't on the scope. And when we hear the comment that this is ad hoc, I can tell you that this community, not necessarily the educators, but this community has been pushing this chain uphill for so long that it's absolutely unbelievable. And we were absolutely frustrated that these students didn't have any real options offered to them in the public education other than a post-secondary education. And the reason that I have no doubt that this is going to work is what we're talking about isn't career tech the way it was 25 years ago when it was in the school and it was a wood shop and a metal shop. These are classes that are teaching everything that you can imagine that could be a career opportunity for these students. And the enrollment in it now is beyond belief. There's not a class offered out there that students aren't on waiting lists to get into them. So I can assure you that I still chair that committee, and it's a shame Mr. Ballesteri started this a number of years ago. Rick Rios has stepped up and done a phenomenal job. The guy just didn't know the meaning of quit. So I think that we owe this to our students and to the Education Committee. I'm going to go with Mr. Kubitz in supporting the 59, and if it fails, then it wasn't our fault, but if it does, I'll be willing to take credit for it. And Mr. Smith, I'm kind of amazed how you can be kinda guilty. I would encourage you to step up and accept responsibility for making the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Trainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this substitution. I've been on this assembly for a while, and I've seen us tinker with ballots. And when we tinker with them, they go down in defeat. And Jim, you and I voted on these when they went down in defeat, and we need to take this thing unified. This bond goes all the way from Girdwood to Peters Creek. It's one bond, it's one town, one school district. And Don, quite frankly, if you're in favor of it, I don't think everybody's ever accused you of being an out-and-out liberal. This is a conservative issue, and I appreciate the leadership you've taken in bringing this forward to the school district. And thanks to the superintendent, this will be a good addition to our school system. So, ma'am, I'll be voting for this substitution.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, will be voting for substitution. I'd like to point out to my colleagues on page 8 of the original document, I'm sorry, it probably says 8 3 times in here, but it's towards the back. Overall debt service. As of November 2011, the district has $649 million in bonds outstanding. This is the lowest amount of debt the district has held since 2003, largely due to the district having paid off $239 million of debt, almost half, in the last 5 fiscal years. During that same time frame, the district has received authorization by voters for approximately $61 million of new debt to fund capital improvements. I think we need to be fair to the district and, yes, hold them to the amount that has been retired. At the same time, if we haven't passed any new bond issues, then they aren't acquiring any new debt. So we need to be somewhat flexible in meeting that number, particularly since the needs are so great, and they have paired them to as tightly as they can. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we're elected to office, I think one of our key responsibilities is to listen to our constituents and to listen to the public and try to make the right decisions for every single person that lives in this community. Over the last few days, almost 100% of the emails and testimony this evening was in support of the S version, the $59 million bond. Just about 100%. A couple of weeks ago when we were here discussing the sidewalk ordinance, just about 100% of the folks in the community asked us to vote no, and we didn't listen at all. We made a huge mistake. Folks, let's not make the same type of mistake this evening. Let's just do the right thing, listen to our public, listen to our constituents, and do the right thing for our children in this community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. No one else is in queue. Basically, this motion is to substitute a $59 million bond for the motion that was introduced, which was a $45.9 million. Please vote. And that motion passes 7-4. The S version is now before us. Is Mr. Trombley?
The challenge I have with the larger amount is that Don Smith, who brought it before the school board and it got approved, just a year ago I read an article in the Anchorage Daily News where he was raving against it because it was too expensive. So how can that's where my conflict is.
Mr. Starr.
Ms. Gray-Jackson's right in our responsibility to be responsive to the constituents, but we're also elected that they put trust in us that the products we put out forth are going to be right. And this product's not right. The FCI indicators, to me, show other projects that are going to be compromised because we're prioritizing dollars to West. I've asked the questions pointedly. They were to put some of it on the record. Some of it I knew. Some of it I just want to illustrate. There is no district-wide CTE plan in front of us yet. We don't have it. We don't know how to implement it, to study it, to make sure that it's going to be effective. You need to have that. Basic management tells you that. The design, the implementation, the cost, and then the final study of is it being effective. I don't want to go down the road with just my gut. It feels right. There's a lot of things that feel right to me, but I have the fiscal responsibility to assure that they are right first. And so I have that voice of accountability that says, produce those plans, show us the cost dollars that go with it, and then let's move that plan in order. I do approve those plans as they come to us. The CIP that I referenced, the 10-year master plan, shows West on track for those facility upgrades and then some on top of just the CTE improvements. We've had and I referenced it, the $200 million master plan. I think West has staff, in fact, on staff, to talk about the master plan. Those are challenging points for me to be sort of all over the board with that. The $45.9 million I thought was the right thing to do as well, because it allows us to be certain that the district-wide needs that are first and foremost get met with that. Let's follow it back up, lend some confidence to the voters that that's the case. I have some challenges with the way it's written. Lucinda, can you clarify the SEE, the Summary of Economics Effects, showing in year 12 a cost on this version? We're debt burdening $4.6 million in year 2012. That can't be right.
Assuming, through the chair, assuming that we issued debt in May of 2012, the fiscal year ending 2012 for ASD, the debt service amount would be zero.
Well, the SEE that's attached to this shows 4.641 on the SEE in year 12, and then it levels payments out for the next, I assume, 20 years. This one says SEE 5. Is the SEE correct?
The SE for fiscal year 2012 should read zero.
Okay.
Mr. Starr, you done? Mr. Birch.
Well, I was struck by some of the discussion regarding trusting the voters, because I don't think we could find 6 votes to put the Taxpayer Protection Act on the ballot just a year ago when we were trying to trust the voters with that. I think the challenge I have with this is we have provided guidelines. We provide guidelines to our children when we and we provide guidelines to the community and to the folks that put together these budgets. And the fact is that this is going to result in an increase in debt for the community. I think it's just larded up. I mean, I think it's more than it's more than the public, in my view, is going to be willing to accept. I think the concerns voiced about the additional projects that are going to be out in front of a planning program are well documented, and I just have some concerns about this ultimately passing. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
Well, I can count, and I'm yeah, I went to school in Vermont, and I can still count. You know, I'm sorry, because I'm in the same spot that I've been now for a number of years, and I see Service and Girdwood on this bond. I've seen them fail. I've said, well, they pass, and I'm assured, yes, they're going to do everything in their world to make it pass, and it doesn't pass. This time, the school district did an exceptional job of putting together a package, and again, I want to commend you for it. I really felt it passed the red face test, and for somebody who sometimes tends to be a thorn in the school district side, I really hope you know sincerely I appreciate your efforts on this. I can see that there now are votes for the full amount, and I'll probably have to vote for it just because, you know, it includes Girdwood and Service and everything. It includes $45.9 million that I approve of. And I just hope all of you that actually, and I'm sorry to say this, but maybe brought emotion into this whole discussion and maybe added the $13.5 million, I sure hope that you can do what you said you can do and that you can pass these bonds, because if you don't, then a lot of things are going down with it. Thank you.
Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the school board members, we pass this. I expect you to be out there talking to everybody you can in every part of this school district to make them understand how important this bond is. I remember a time period where we were having a disagreement on here relative to schools in Chugiak getting renewed. Remember how many portable school buildings we had down in Chugiak? I went down there and took a picture. Looked like a forest of relocatables. It was when we couldn't get a bond passed for Chugiak Eagle River area. We've gotten beyond that. We need to take care of West with this bond. So please, will you approve this? Please, Don, go out and talk in Anchorage as much as you do here on getting this bond approved. Because we're talking about 70% being paid for by the state. And let me tell you, if we have to go to you for 100%, we'll never see anything being built in this town. So let's take the 70% now and get this thing done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask maybe a clarifying question of the Vice Chair. I think, Mr. Hall, in your comments you mentioned this is the most gratifying night you've had in 20 years, and I'm pretty sure I was at your wedding like a summer and a half ago. Just in case your wife is watching, do you want to clarify your remarks, sir?
I think you're probably correct. There's no doubt in my mind, like Mr. Smith, I do on this problem.
Anything else, Mr. Flynn?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Hall.
Just as the sole alumnus of West High on this body, I appreciate the support for this.
Okay. Mr. Hall.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment that needs to be made on page 3, line 35, after number AO 2011-119S. There needs to be a question mark inserted there.
Can we assume that that would be just editorial license, and as such, it doesn't need an amendment? If there's no objection, we'll do that. Anything else, Mr. Hall?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm gratified to hear my colleague in West Anchorage supportive of this bond package as submitted by the school district. I ran the numbers. Between Romig and West, they have about 2,600 students in a facility that barely meets, in two facilities that are conjoined through the library, that barely meets the requirements for a single high school, let alone a middle school and a high school. West has waited patiently for decades because it was found that when West was reviewed in the late 80s, early 90s, that this building was built for Stout. And it didn't need a lot of work. In fact, they added that amazing science wing, that award-winning science wing, for a very small amount of money because they didn't need to get into the guts of the main building. West has had bits and pieces and patches and rubber bands and duct tape over the years, but its basic gut is really, really solid. And I will remind this community that the private sector, West alumni, students, parents, people from all over this community and this state came up with, I think it was nearly $2 million to refurbish that auditorium, which is not our responsibility as taxpayers any longer because the state will not fund auditoriums that big. So this community took that on and did a masterful job, and West has a beautiful facility that it can use, but so does the rest of this community. Remember, this building serves as a community center because of its location close to downtown, close to the middle of the population. And we really owe it to this school to do this. I've been in all of these schools due to my service on the school board. I've been to Girdwood. I know what Girdwood has been going through. Girdwood is also growing and really needs to be in good shape for its future students. And I did ask the question on Friday at the work session, why can't we bus the middle school kids to Anchorage? You would have think I'd asked somebody to sacrifice their firstborn in Town Square. That wasn't about to happen. And I was there for the discussion of why can't we have a commuter rail to get those kids to Diamond? Someday that will happen. In the meantime, let's get this bond issue on the move. Let's hope that the school district has that wonderful speaker program that I used to be in great demand for. I'll be happy to volunteer if I have time to participate in getting out and speaking to the community on the needs for this package, because this really has to happen. If service doesn't get off this list, nothing else is ever going to get done. If West doesn't get off this list, nothing else is ever going to get done. And the other high schools, the other older comprehensive high schools in this town, Shugiak East, Bartlett, have all had tens of millions of dollars of work done to them. If you were to add those up, you would be essentially horrified at the fact that we have built a new high school while those kids are going to school in that school. And the kids in those schools are benefiting from those improved programs. West has waited patiently, and Service High is not benefiting from the fact that it keeps getting put off and put off and put off. It isn't getting any better, and when kids stop going to school in this town and people stop driving on our roads, then we can quit maintaining and upgrading and patching. But until that happens, we need to take some responsibility, take a big piece of responsibility for the millions of dollars in capital projects, in capital investment that we have in our community, in our schools, and pass this bond package on to the voters and then educate them. We have months and months and months to do that, so let's get to work. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. That item passes 10 to 1.
Madam Chair?
Ask immediate reconsideration.
Just a minute, please. Mr. Trainee was in queue and asked to speak first. Okay.
Move for immediate reconsideration on 2011-119S. Urgent no vote.
Second.
All right. Immediate. You have to touch the screen, Mr. Trainee.
Sorry.
All right. At this point, reconsideration is before you.
It says motion. Does that matter?
Oh, sorry.
All right, reconsideration failed. So at this point, Mr. Mayor, we skipped over you because you had a previous engagement. Do you want to give a mayoral report now before we continue the agenda? I ask as you exit if you could do it quietly, please. Mr. Mayor?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Just really brief. The reason I was late was I was at a ConocoPhillips function where they're honoring all the volunteers who make our community such a great place to live, and a great chance to acknowledge and recognize literally hundreds of volunteers. And so I felt I better make an appearance and thank them myself as well. So that's all. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Okay. All right, the next item before us is 14B. I just lost my agenda here. Okay, 14B and 14C, both relating to fireworks. They are on the agenda, so you can speak to them, but the main discussion and debate will be next week. If you speak now, you will not be able to speak next week. So I'd like to open the public hearing on both 14B and, if there's no objection to the body, 14C at the same time. Anyone here like to speak to fireworks issues? Okay. Hearing and seeing no one, I'm going to continue those public hearings until next week. And ask if there's no objection, we'll also just continue the matters on to next week too. All right, we're now then at 14D on the agenda. This is AO 115. It's an ordinance authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the State of Alaska Drinking Water Fund an aggregate amount not to exceed $18,400,000.
Waive reading.
This is for financing a portion of the costs of some AWU capital projects. Anybody like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. That item passes 10 to 0. Now we're at 14E. This is AO 116. It's an ordinance authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the State of Alaska Clean Water Fund of an aggregate amount not to exceed $5,100,000.
Waive reading.
This is for a portion of the cost of 2 AWWU capital improvement budget projects. Anybody want to speak to us on these matters? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Starr.
Lucinda, I have the same question on the SEE here, only it's a little bit in reverse. I hate to do it to the body, but the other one was that way as well. It's showing no added expense for the debt service requirements in year 12. How come that would be?
Through the chair, I would like to have Glenda Gibson address that, please, the CFO.
Unless I'm reading it wrong, the SEE summary of your...
That's because these loans are financing the 2012 capital improvement budget. The debt service doesn't start until a year after the project is completed on these loans.
Yeah.
So your SEE has both the revenues and the expense side listed on it, which is that indicating you don't show any added revenue in the system in 12 as well. Is that?
That's correct.
Because it's non-operating capital? Is that why you do it that way?
It's because when the loans are backed basically like a line of credit, So we draw on the loans as we spend the money on the project. Once the project's complete, the loan then will go into a repayment status 1 year after the project is placed into service. At that point, it goes into our rates and into the calculation of rates, and it goes into the actual expenses as debt service.
So these two combined, then, if there was a rate increase required to service the debt that resulted from that, when would you approach the ratepayers?
That would not be until the 2013 test year, so earliest 2014.
How many dollars do we have currently outstanding under the Clean Water Fund so far? Do you know?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Okay, I don't have it either. I just wondered.
We can provide that for
Seem
you.
to be dipping into the well, no pun intended, pretty often. So. All right, thank you.
They are at 1.5% interest.
Pardon?
So they are at 1.5% interest, so they're cheap.
Full faith and credit of the municipality backs them up, though. Is that right?
No, actually, they are backed by the revenues of the utility.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Drummond, do you have a question or a comment?
Not for this lady.
Okay.
I'd just like to point out that the AO on the copy I have says 2010-115. Is that, does that need to be corrected?
Well, let me take a look at that. I didn't catch that.
She's speaking about 14D.
Yes, D as in David.
We're on E, ma'am.
Oh, we're past it. So did we do something wrong?
Ms. Grinstein? Where did you see this date?
It's on the front page of 14D, page 317.
Oh, I see. The AO number.
Yeah, the AO number right at the top.
Dennis?
Mr. Wheeler, is it problematic that 14D is numbered 2010-15 on the document that we have in front of us?
Madam Chair, I've never encountered that question before.
Well, I didn't even
But-
see it. It was so unusual.
Madam Chair,
Just a minute. Let's give Mr. Wheeler.
I suspect not. I mean, the ordinance title itself is generally considered the most critical item. It's what we pay the most attention to make sure people know the subject matter.
And the agenda is correct. The listing, it's called 2011.
I did go back and look, but I don't see that as a problem in terms of your ability to approve the item.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Drummond, do you want to comment further?
Yeah, the only reason I realized that was I was going to ask Mr. Woolard a question by email, and I looked at the ordinance number and I saw 2010. So I apologize for being one ordinance behind.
Well, no, I'm glad you
better
saw
to
it.
address it now than have an
Indeed.
issue tomorrow.
Yes, thank you. All right, do you have any comments on E, though?
No, I don't. Thank
All right, there appears to be no one else in queue on E, so please vote. And that item is approved 10-0. We're now at 14F. This is AO 120. It's an ordinance amending Code 26.80 to increase tipping fees for solid waste disposal. You will be able to speak on it. However, the main debate and vote on this will occur next week. So if you speak now, you will not be able to speak again. So at this point, is there anyone here who wants to speak to us on 14F, increasing the tipping fees for solid waste disposal? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is continued until our next meeting, along with the matter, if there's no objection from the body. The next item before us is 14G. This is AO 118. It's an ordinance authorizing the non-competitive sale of Lot 5, Block 2, Indian Valley, Alaska subdivision. It's a 2.36 HLB parcel in the Turnagain Arm community of Indian, and it's to sell it to Valley Bible Chalet, and it's accompanied by AM 686. Anybody want to talk to us about this? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. And that matter passes unanimously. We're now at 14H. This is AR 315. This is a resolution appropriating $186,627.
Waive reading.
It's bond issuance costs of, and appropriating $9,914 for debt service payments. Anybody like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Discussion? None. Please vote. That item is approved 10-0. We're now at 14I. This is AR 316. It's a resolution appropriating $400,000 in continued revenue of insurance proceeds to Anchorage Fire Service Capital Improvement Program, and $75,774 appropriated to the Anchorage Fire Service Operating Fund for fire and rescue equipment, and $276,115 to the Anchorage Fire Service Operating Fund for debt service. If you'd like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Discussion? Seeing none, please vote. And that is approved 10-0. We're now at 14J. This is AR 317. It's a resolution appropriating $142,978.50.
Waive reading.
It's to the police department, and $3,144 for impaired driving enforcement. If you'd like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
You guys are just eager little beavers.
And that's approved 10-0. 14K now. AR 318 is a resolution appropriating a grant of $163,788.
Waive reading.
For the Traffic Safety Resource Prosecutor and Motions Appeals Prosecutor. Anyone want to speak to this? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Discussion. Seeing none, please vote. That item is approved 10-0. We're now at 14L. AR 319. This is appropriating a Federal Transit Administration grant of $292,201. It's received through TORA, along with $73,050 for the Transit Planning Program. Anybody want to speak to us on this? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Discussion? Seeing none? Mr. Birch? That is approved 10-0. 14M, AR 320. Resolution appropriating a federal transit grant of $1,020,152 and $20,403 from the general fund of the Public Transportation Department, and appropriating $3,497,000 of the grant and a contribution of $174,654 from the operating budget, all to fleet maintenance assistance for ADA paratransit services and facilities. Anybody like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one.
Move to approve.
Public hearing is closed. Discussion. Seeing none, vote. That is approved 10-0. We are now at special orders, and we do have one. We're now at 15A, notice of intent to move for rescission of assembly action. Mr. Trainee, do you want to
Just, Madam Chair, it's required that I notice everybody that I intend to bring this up at the next meeting, and that's all.
Very good. And since he's doing it this way, it'll take a 6 vote rather than a
Right.
supermajority.
That's correct, ma'am.
All right. With that, we have no unfinished agenda, audience participation. I thought that was you, sir. Come on forward.
Where's your poster, Ron?
Hey, good evening. My name is Ronald Leva. Did I get ahead of anyone? I know it's late, so I'll be real quick. 3 things. Number one, at the Planning and Zoning last night, they passed out conditional uses like they were Halloween candy to the rescue mission. They got 3. My concern is the conditional uses that you've passed out for the homeless have no bite to them as far as if they violate them. The concern here is especially with the Brother Francis shelter, they were in violation for 7 years, given a year to cure, and they haven't adjusted that anything in the last 6 months. And it's paramount to granting a runway at an airport with a limited number of planes for noise abatement, but then you put in another runway, you have to go back in and amend that conditional use. There's too much noise. In this case, unfortunately, because of the emergency overflow, you're putting 151 people next door. That's about 40 feet. The traffic and the pedestrian amenities there for safety of the clients and the drivers, is in jeopardy. I mean, there are no crosswalks, signal crosswalks from Reeve Boulevard to Cordova. And so you have to understand, if you keep putting people with challenges in that neighborhood, you're going to end up killing someone, and basically they're going to sue the city. Francis Trader is going to be pittance on this. So you have to address the safety factors, and it's going to come to an end here. The second thing I'd like to address is Anchorage Municipal Code 8.80. It has too many loopholes. This is the problem is the shelter has been an attractive nuisance to police and fire calls. I believe the count in October was 690. The ordinance has so many loopholes for, I think, when senior homes where they walk away and you got to call the police, they had more than 8 in a year, they get fined. Well, surely you have to tighten the noose a little bit here on the Brother Francis shelter in Beans if you have over 700 in a year. I mean, we're talking 2 a day. And, just for an off question, who wants to live or have a business next to someplace that gets 700 calls a year? So they should have their own security and also have their own medic on staff. And the crying of poor boy, or we don't have the funds, that's Bologna. I think you should request to see Beans Cafe's financial statement, because those guys, hey, they got more than beans in their bank account. And the same thing with the shelter. So they have the money to finance a security guard and a medic. That'll make things more available as far as police responding and paramedics responding to the rest of the population and save the city a lot of money. The third issue I have is Carlick Manor. Unfortunately, they amended without a public hearing, eliminated the gurney need in an elevator. That, when we met with the captain of the downtown fire station, was unacceptable. You can't tilt chronic inebriates in an elevator. They're going to vomit, they're going to struggle. You got to take them down the stairs. It puts the fire department at risk. It takes more time, and it takes those fire personnel off the streets in order to respond to other calls. So that was without a public hearing. And when you have that, we can't have our input. So on those 3 issues, I have grave concerns, and I hope they're addressed speedily and aggressively, because there's no bite in these conditional uses. And believe me, the veil of morality, humanitarians, we're helping the homeless, you're not going to pierce that very quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Yes, you're welcome. And This is always a sad question, but does anyone have any questions of me?
There appear to be none, sir. Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak to us?
I'd like to wish you all some happy holidays. I have gifts for all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva.
Hello, do I need to spell my name?
Your name is what?
Bryant DeHuson, BRYANTDHUSSON.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep it short. We've been here a long time. I just would like to keep you guys in the loop. I'm considering running for mayor. I have a couple key issues. I haven't figured out my platform yet, but we have some serious problems with the sidewalks in the city. I think it would be a great idea to make it illegal to have over 2 inches of ice or snow at any sidewalk in the city. That would really improve public safety. And I like the direction the mayor's going in, but I think he doesn't go far enough. I think we need to take the war on poverty to a new level and just make it illegal to be poor. Just throw them all in jail or take them to the military, do something with them. We don't want to look at them anymore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak to us? All right, seeing no one else, are we at assembly comments? Are there any?
Move to adjourn.
Second. All right, we are adjourned.